See everybody logging in here. We're going to get rolling in about 2-3 minutes. We're just getting all everybody connected and allowing everybody time to get in. So we'll get started in just a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. Listen to some tunes and get yourself excited.
Chris, I have a problem. I cannot download the workbook.
All right, everybody, welcome aboard. Can everybody hear me okay? Just give me a thumbs up on the screen so I know you can hear me. Everybody good? Yeah, good. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Good to see everybody. I know we're all good friends here. We got some great content for you this morning. Get rolling. If you look up the top window there, you will see one of the windows says Master Window. If you can pin that, there's a little button in the top where you see the 3 dots. That will allow you to pin that, so that will become the main screen, and you'll see all of the slides going through here. So if you can do that right away, that would be great. Get that in there, and then you'll see me and the window beside me with Jerry on it right now that says SOS, and that is why we're here this morning, for the Science of Seminars, which is a fantastic creation that Jerry came up with last year. We did this live event last year, and it was one of our most successful events we did in the entire year. We had great content. We had people attend from 5 different countries, and then we put this part together, the virtual version, for everybody this morning. So we're excited to see you all here. There's some awesome information that Jerry's going to give. There is a workbook included, which I will give the link for in just a second on the screen. The workbook is gigantic. Jerry made an incredible workbook for this last year. It has far more information than we're going to get to. We couldn't even get to it all in the 4 or 5 days we did last year. But Jerry's going to cover a lot of the content in there. Of course, you have that to continue researching and looking at after the event, but there's just an incredible amount of information. I can't believe he created the workbook last year. He locked himself in a hotel room for 3 days, or pardon me, for a whole week to do that. So there is an incredible amount of information in that book. And we all know Jerry is a creative genius, and we know his speaking history. He speaks with Tony Robbins on stage, and he has opened for some of the biggest names in the industry throughout the world. And we all know that because we're all part of the family here. So just want to welcome everybody again to the Science of Seminars. I'm not sure why my slides aren't turning here, but we'll continue on. Bring Jerry on in just a moment. And lots of interaction this morning. There's the workbook slide, thank you. So if you copy that URL down there, you can download the workbook if you have not done so yet. You should have received the link to that prior to the event, but if not, there it is right there. You can download that and print it. Get your printer full of ink, because it's over 200 pages, I believe, in that workbook, or pretty close to it. So it's an incredible amount of information there. And make sure you're comfortable this morning. Make sure you are ready for good content, and make sure you're ready to engage. Now, we all know Jerry. We've all seen him speak on stage. We know that he loves to interact with the audience. He feeds off your energy during the presentation. No different here, except you're on camera, so he needs to see you interact. He needs to hear from you in the chat. He needs to see you jumping around and being motivated and showing him some love while he's on the screen, because that makes Jerry excited and makes the presentation better. And quite honestly, if you don't do it, he's not going to be a happy guy. So he needs to see that and hear that. And you need to do that for your own benefit, because that is how you will learn a lot more. If you sit there passively and just stare at the screen, or don't turn your camera on, you will not learn as much, I guarantee you. So you need to have your camera turned on. You need to be prepared to participate. And when I speak as participate, we're going to do some breakout rooms in a couple of minutes at some point this morning as well, and throughout the event. Those are really vital for your learning, because we get you into a breakout room with your peers, and our publishing consultants will join you. I'll be in some of those rooms as well myself, and we are going to help you move through some exercises that will help you with the learning and help you retain as well if you participate. If you don't participate, you're not going to get nearly as much out of this event. So make sure you're jumping in there throughout and being active and getting everything that you possibly can out of this event, because Jerry has given his all for this great event. Now, a couple of house rules here. These are pretty standard in most events, but we'd like to make sure in the virtual room we cover this because it's a little different here. If you are in a breakout room where you're chatting on the screen, please adhere to these rules. So, you know, we're here to learn. We're all here for the same reasons. We're not here to prospect anybody. So we don't want anybody trying to build their lists or trying to sell anything. There's no recruiting, no self-promotion. You can't drop URLs to sell things in the chat or try to prospect anybody, and no direct messages back and forth between anybody during the event. So please respect that so everybody has a fantastic time, and we're all here for the same purposes. And we don't want to have that happen to anybody. If it does happen, just to be clear, you will be removed from the meeting and you will not be allowed to continue. So please do not do that. All right, we move on to the next slide. That is great. And everybody, you still hear me okay? You're all looking like you're sleeping. It's like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning for me. Okay, I just want to make sure because you're all just staring at me. Come on, guys. You look excited. I know we've got people from all over the world in this event too. This is going to be a huge event. We've got people from Asia and people from Europe and Canada and the US, of course. So lots of different people, different time zones here. And if you're watching this on the replay, don't worry, you'll have the full replays. Everybody, we'll make sure that you have full content on the replays as well. All right, slides seem to be stuck. Just want to make sure our tech guys are rolling that forward for me, please. And not happening. I guess we're having a little tech issue in the background. So I just want to, again, talk a little bit about the event. We created this last year because it is so important that, you know, Jerry is able to share his wisdom with everybody and teach you all how to speak properly from stage, how to sell properly from stage, how to build a seminar, how to create the funnels that drive into those seminars. And that's what this is all about, is getting you all of that information in one nice, concise, tidy package. And as I said, the workbook has a wealth of information, more than we could possibly share in 2 days or 4 days or even 5 days. So make sure you print that workbook off and continue to learn from it after the event, because it is just chock full of information. When he showed me the workbook last year, it blew me away what he created. This thing looks like it was done by a professional company, and it was all done by Jerry himself. He didn't involve any of us in that, so he's done a fantastic job. So make sure you print that workbook off. It has an incredible wealth of information in it, and it teaches you all of the things you're going to need to know to create your own seminars, sell from stage, and make sure that your audience connects with you from stage. That's something Jerry will talk about, connecting with your audience. Because if you don't connect, we all know Jerry's a fantastic speaker. And when he is on stage, he is engaging. He is motivational from stage. He's funny from stage. And all of those things are required. So he's going to talk about that as well. So there's just so much content there. All right. I think it's probably time to bring Jerry on here. I just want to make sure that we're having a little slide issue there. It's still stuck, so I want to make sure that we can do that. Jerry and the team in the background, are we ready, guys? I want to make sure. Looks like we're stuck. You don't want to hear me talk all morning. I can, but I know you want to hear from Jerry, so we're getting him on here. And I still see there's a few folks signing on, so that is great as well. Just let me check here. Not sure what's happening. There we go. I see Jerry's chair, but I don't see Jerry. So let me just see. Let's make some noise. Okay, everybody, let's get excited. Let's get motivated. Let's bring Jerry on. Jerry, welcome aboard to This Morning and Science of Seminars. Let's all welcome Jerry in. And I'm still not hearing any sound, guys, so let's make sure we get that fixed up here. You guys all hearing the music? Because I am not. No, you're all shaking now. Okay, so we are not hearing sound. Tech guys, let's get that fixed up, please. We are not hearing any music. We're seeing some cool dance moves, but we're not hearing anything. So if we can get the sound adjusted, let me just unpin myself here and see what's happening. I'll check. The joys of doing live events. Sometimes things don't go as you expect. That happens sometimes. That's no problem, guys. It's better to have the tech issue first thing here and we'll get it fixed right up. Wow, just looked at the number of people in the chat. I see lots of friendly faces. Oh, I see Jerry now. I still don't hear Jerry. Let me see here. See if I can help Jerry in the background, see if I can get this thing fixed. Might be the battery, he's saying. Let me just check on that. Hannah, maybe you can unmute everybody and then see.
How about now?
There you go. There you go. We're good. Jerry, I'm leaving. Welcome aboard. Let's get Jerry. Give him a welcome.
Hey, everybody. How are you? Good to see you all. Woo! Now, just a second. My Elgato's not working. Just give me 1 sec. I need to fix this, guys. Man, we plan and we prepare, but things happen. Let me just try this. That's still not working. Okay, I need to fix something. Just give me 1 quick second.
While Jerry's doing that, I just want to remind everybody, if you pin the video at the top that says Master Window, you will see Jerry on the screen and not me. And he's the guy we want to see. So make sure you pin Jerry's video. The one that says Master Window. That will be him and all of his slides as well. So good thing we have that hooked up there.
Oh, let's try this.
You ready to go there, Jerry?
Still not working.
Yeah, we hear you now, so that's good.
You can hear me. Well, that's a good thing anyway. Configure. Okay. And if I go here like this, does this work? That it was working 5 seconds ago. Okay, just give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. So, Chris, stretch, man, stretch.
Okay, well, welcome back. It's me again. This is a fun morning we're starting off. That's okay. That's fine. So I'm going to go back and talk a little bit about more of this event because this is, like I said, last year we did this and we had attendees from 5 countries. And it was a fantastic event. We had people flying from all over the world. And the content that Jerry's going to give you today, just to give you a little background again, something I talked to Jerry about 2 years ago about doing was putting this together, and he agreed it was going to be a great idea because he is one of the top 20 speakers on the planet speaking from stage and selling from stage. So there's very few people in the world who are as good as Jerry at doing this. He'll tell you nobody's better than him in doing this. We wouldn't know it right now because of the tech issue, but we all know Jerry is fantastic. So when we put this together, it was all about teaching our audience all of Jerry's secrets, tricks of the trade, how to engage with your audience, how to sell from the stage, how to create a seminar and craft an offer, because it's true. Right, Jerry, are you waiting for me?
I am.
Okay, also, I'll just finish. We're just, Jerry, crafting an offer with you and helping you learn how to sell from stage is what this is all about, and create a seminar to make you successful. So, Jerry, let's go for ready again.
All right, so first, tell me if you can hear me. Everybody, let me just go here. Should have a thumbs up. Oh, this thing is still not working. This is very puzzling, folks. Okay, well, let me see if I can do it like this. If I go like this, does this work? Yes, that works. That doesn't work. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm going to fix this. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to gallery view. I'm going to remove spotlight. Spotlight. This one I'm going to move to here. Zoom meeting. There you are. Okay. Hey, hello everybody. Hi. Look at all these wonderful people. Good morning. All right. At least I can see you all. And some of you have not turned on your video cameras. You're going to annoy me, and you do not want to piss me off because you are our family. And I'm going to treat you different as customers than I would treat other people. And so before I do that, I'm going to have to ask for your permission, to be honest with you. I'm just playing around with a couple of things. Just zoom this back a little bit. Let me just go like this. Let's make this classic. Well, now you're gone. Oh, yo. Tall. Okay, so you got me. Okay, I got you. Now, my volume is low. How many of you think I should raise my volume? Hands up. Raise it up. Okay. It's almost up full blast, so there's got to be something wrong with my mic here. And it was all set up. Okay, so can you hear me now? Chris?
Jerry, you're coming in nice and clear for me. It's
Same here,
low.
Jerry.
It's a touch low, but it's not a problem at all.
Okay, how about somebody who's far away? Judith, you're in Germany or Switzerland. Can you hear me okay? Should I turn the volume up? It needs to go up more, right? Judith, how are
Yes,
you? Long
good.
long time no see.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and see if I can turn up the mic a little bit. Give me 1 second. I'll just go here. Preference. Testing. So that's still not right. How about this? If I go. This is better, right? That's better. Okay.
You got a lot of hiss in the background now, Jerry.
Okay, so that's the problem, right? It's the hiss that's the problem. So if I go to
No noise. Whatever you did, you killed your mic.
is that better? Yes.
Yes.
Better. Is it?
Yep, that's good.
No, some people are saying it's not loud enough. Is it loud enough? No, it's not loud enough. Oh my goodness, you guys are driving me crazy.
Turn your computers up, guys, because we want to hear Jerry, and if he plays with the mic, we're gonna lose him again. Now you're gone again. Nothing.
Testing. That's okay.
You're good. You're back. You're gone.
Nikki, can you hear me okay? It needs
Nikki's
to go
pretty
up.
excited over there.
This is supposed to go up, so it's not. It's still not making enough noise. Are you getting a hissing sound, Chris?
No, it sounds okay. It's just a bit low for sure. So if everybody just turns up their volume, I'm only half volume, and you're fine for me.
Okay, so everybody just turn up your volume, and we'll see what we can do about that. All right. Okay, so good to see so many of you here. Why don't you just type where you're from? Oh, I see Deborah Vogel. Look at her wonderful book. Where is she? I just saw her a second ago. There's my friend Deborah. Hey, look at this book, Deborah. Woohoo! You are a superstar with this new book, the latest book that we printed at Black Card Books. How are you feeling? Let me just unmute you if I can. Deborah, can you say something? Unmute yourself, Deborah, and let's see if we can just say hi to you for a second. You have to unmute somehow in. Let me see if I can do it. Deborah Vogel, asked to unmute. There you go. Nope. Try it again.
Oh,
There.
hi, good morning, everyone. I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Can you hear
so
me?
We can. And
Yes.
How
I'm,
does it feel to have your book?
yay, thank you very much. I'm so excited to share my journey of failing forward. Life is never perfect. It's basically the way you look at it, and then moving forward no matter what situation you're in, and that's how you thrive in life and and have unstoppable success.
What's been your reaction internally after seeing your book?
Excitement. No words can explain. I know that without your program, I would have never, or my book would have never materialized. It would have been a lot harder. I'm excited to share with everyone my journey. I know that it will change a lot of lives.
Awesome. Awesome. So do I. Well, we're glad to have you here, and welcome to this event, and we look forward to talking to you some more. Okay, so now if I go to group view again, so I'm getting used to this technology, and again, I'd like you to type in the chat window where you're from. Karina from Sweden, Nikki, UK. They're congratulating you. Hey, let's give her a hand, everybody, so she can see how proud we are that she's finally got her books, and they just came out. I see we've got people here from New Zealand. Oh, my goodness. What time is it in New Zealand? I see Gina from Aussieland, Ernest from New Zealand, Melbourne, Australia. We have Priya from India. Wow, that's great. Marianne's from Canada. Welcome again. Lots of our friends who've been to all of our other seminars. I see people from Utah, from Vienna, from London. Welcome. So, are you willing to play full out in this class? Are you willing to play full out in this class? If so, put your hand up and say, I am. I'm ready.
I am.
That's great. Just give me a quick second now. That's wonderful. Okay, I got to make sure I got everything ready to go. And so the other thing that I want to make sure that I have your consent on as we begin this is your consent to tell you the truth in the next day and a half. Do I have your permission to do that? You might want to type yes. You can kick my ass. Because I plan to do it. Now, some of you are not typing. Understand, if you're going to get the most out of this, you're going to have to participate. And again, I want to remind you that the least effective way for you to learn anything is to sit and listen to me. And if we turn this into an experiential event, rather than a passive sit on your butt and listen to me event, I'm telling you, you're going to get a lot more out of this. And so I'm going to ask you to do what you have to do in order to give this your all. You're going to see that I am going to do that. I'm going to do everything in my power to make this probably or hopefully one of the most powerful 2 days that you've ever gotten. And I hope to do that because some of you have got to share the messages that you've learned with the world, and you can either go slow or go fast. And so if you want to go fast, my suggestion is that you follow instruction. You know, I was asked on a radio station in Australia not too long ago, somebody asked me, can you tell us in 30 words or less, what does it take to become a success? And I said, I'll tell you in 7 words, and that is find a mentor and do what he or she says. And so, so everybody needs to mute themselves. If you're here, Hannah, maybe you can help me out. We got some noise in the background. We want to make sure to mute yourself if you're not speaking at the moment. I'm not sure who the culprit is, but if you could mute yourself, that would be great. Now let me go back and see if I go here. Yeah, this is very annoying. If I go here, this works. Okay, so it's 100% participation that we need, and the other. So one is, I'm going to ask you to participate, and I'm going to do this for several reasons. One is you're going to learn a lot more. The second thing is you're being encouragement to me. When I ask people to do stuff and they don't do it, it sends a message to me. And I tell you, the more energy I get from you, the more you're going to get from me. And keep this in mind. You're all here because you want to learn how to speak. And because of that, I'm not going to treat you the same way I treat other people, because I'm going to treat you differently, because you're like one of me. And so as a speaker, just from the law of karma, you have to participate today in a way that you want people to participate to you. And so if you are, for instance, sitting here like this while I'm teaching, that's not how you want to be treated when you speak. When you speak and you ask people to put their hand up and give you some feedback, you want them to do it. And so I want you to do it. I want you to manage how you sit and how you manage your energy in the next. I want you to stop flicking through Facebook. I can see you. And you don't think I know when I see people do this? I can see you all. And so I'm going to ask for your undivided attention. This could literally change your life. And it will. But you've got to follow advice. The other thing is that you're going to learn more if you participate. Now, I will tell you this. If I ask a question, like, does anybody have any questions, and I don't get instant response, I move on. And that is a way that I train speakers, because if you're a speaker or you want to be a speaker, you got to be prepared to speak at a moment's notice. And so I'll often put people on the spot. And also, if I give you opportunities and you don't take it, you're missing opportunities. You're showing me that you're not very serious about this. And so I see many of you, and I'm excited to have you here. Jim got all dressed up. Man, good going, Jim. I'm impressed. Now, I'm dressing down today. I do have my Jerry Robert hat. I'm surprised some of you don't have it on. And I don't know if you noticed this, but it even says author on here. So there you go. So also, by the way, I want to let you know that there is a workbook, and I believe it's in the actual PDF now is in the chat room below. So again, I hope you understand that I'm going to be going very fast in this. I have a lot of important stuff to cover. Because we're a smaller class, I am going to customize this sort of a little bit on the fly. Also, understand that this class, these 2 days, are extracted from my 4-day version. And so I'm going to, even though the workbook has a lot more material, rather than exercise everything out, I just decided to give you the entire thing, and I will reference various pages. But just for some of you, to make sure that you don't end up frustrated, know in advance that that is the workbook for the 4-day workshop, and because of that, we won't be covering every single page. But myself and our team are here, and we are here to answer your questions, and in the chat we'll have you participate. If you have questions, they'll participate with you. Also, I will be doing breakout rooms where you're going to be doing assignments and working with our people and different things. And we are going to be playing this somewhat by ear. And so I need you to play full out. You willing to do that? Are you willing to do that? Are you? Okay, well, I'll see. Because when I ask you to get excited, to do something exciting, I need you to participate. And I will govern and get you ready in terms of your energy. Sometimes I will play some music. Sometimes I will get you to stand up and get excited. Because of what I know, about human development. And so one of the first things I need you to do right now is I need everybody just to sit back in your chairs right now. If you could all please just sit back in your chairs. Come on, everybody, just relax. Everybody get very calm. Are you all calm? Is everybody calm? Okay, now I want you just to say this out loud with me, to me. I need you to say this. Say, make me rich, Jerry. Say it, come on. Make me rich, Jerry. Come on, I want you to say it. Make me rich, Jerry. Make me rich. No! I can't make you rich in that physiology. That will never happen. And so I want you to manage your state. And you can manage your state. If I can do it, you can do it. Anybody can do it. And the master at teaching people that is my friend Tony. And he has his entire message is to control your state. And he talks about the need to manage your state by getting you to focus on two things. If you're going to manage your state, there's two things that you need to control. And that is, first of all, you need to control what you focus on, and you need to control your fizz. Focus and fizz. Focus and fizz control your state. That's Tony Robbins' entire message in a nutshell. He says, if you really want to master learning, you've got to be in a great state. And you do that by two things. One is watch what you focus on. Hold on a second. Why am I getting noise? Manage what you focus on. And so if you focus on negative stuff, if you focus on what's not working, if you focus today on Facebook, if you focus on distractions, if you focus on the fact that you don't like my hat or my chairs, my voice is not exactly right, whatever you focus on, you tend to attract. The other thing is fizz. He talks about physiology, what you do with your body. Hey, you're never going to see somebody get up in the morning and, oh, 1 second, let me just go here. You're never going to hear somebody get up in the morning, take some deep breaths like that, go to the window, smile, and say, man, am I depressed today? You can't be depressed in that physiology. And so when you're depressed, what happens to your body physiologically? I mean, where are you looking most of the time? You're looking down. How are you breathing most of the time if you're depressed? It's shallow breathing. You tend to recoil and be small. So by changing your body, by changing your energy, by changing your physiology, you send a message to your brain. Remember what he said, right? Motion creates emotion. If you're taking notes, man, write that down. Motion creates emotion. And so if you want to learn, you got to get emotional. And one of the ways to get more emotional with your learning experience is to commit to motion. And how do you commit to motion in a virtual environment? Well, one is when I ask you to put your hand up, put your damn hand up. When I ask you to type something, type something. When I ask you to give me a thumbs up, or for those of you who have my emoji cons, send me some love, do it. There's going to be times when I'm going to ask you to stand up, and I'm going to get you to jump around. I want you to do it. So participate, because you're going to get more out of this. Is that making sense? Is that making sense? Where am I going now? This, if that's making sense, give me a thumbs up and let me know that that makes sense. Come on. Mustafa? Oh, okay, you did it. Okay, Claudia, did I see a response from you? Zoe, thank you. Casper, hey, good to see you, man. Elizabeth, Jennifer, wonderful. Okay. Well, we, shoot, I'm going to have to reboot my computer, I think, guys. I got a bunch of stuff that's not working. So just give me a minute to see how I can fix this. I was up an hour ago. We tested everything, and it. Let me try one more thing. Sorry, guys. I just got to get this thing going because it's driving me crazy. Isn't that something? Man. Okay, well, try something else. I hope I don't have to reboot my computer, guys, because that's... I think I'm going to do that because it's going to drive me crazy. Let me just try one more thing. Okay, so Chris, Anna, Jer, I need you to take over for a second. Here's what, because I have to reboot. So let me just talk to you all for a second. Give me a second. Anna, I see Anna's here. And so Joseph, or Hannah, can you make sure to give somebody else the host role so I don't kill this meeting? I have to reboot my computer. So Anna, maybe what we could do is ask people what their expectations are for this event. Like, what are they looking to get out of it? And if somebody could type that in a chat, because I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna lose the chat. When I come back, I'd like to see it. And so I'll be less than 5 minutes. But Anna or Chris, if you could just ask these fine folks what they're really looking to get out of the next day or two. I was going to do it anyway. So allow me to go and reboot my computer. That's just life. And listen. When it gets really tough for everybody else, it gets just about right for me. All right. So I'm going to reboot. Let's make sure that, does somebody else have the host role now?
Yes, Jerry.
Okay. I'll see you guys in 2 minutes as soon as I get back. Okay.
Okay, Jerry, we'll see you in a couple minutes. We will fill some time and get some great information. So folks, as Jerry said, one of the things we're going to do early on is discuss with you all what it is you came here to learn specifically at Science of Seminars. Now, again, I'm going to quickly reiterate that this is about helping you learn to speak from stage in a better manner so you can better connect with your audience, so you can sell more. It's about crafting your offer properly and designing a sales funnel through whatever medium you're using, be it ClickFunnels or offline or however you're doing that, to help you craft that offer, create the offer, and make sure you engage with your audience and create a product that is something that people will want and will buy from you while you speak from stage. So with that in mind, if you can give us some information, and I don't know who's going to be the one to take notes here. Somebody who can type very quickly.
Everybody, hey Chris, everybody's been typing their answers already in the chat, so that's very helpful.
Perfect. Sorry, I haven't even looked at the chat because I'm trying to think in my brain here as I talk. So that's great. Yeah, so if you guys can post those in the chat, what it is that you came here to learn. I know a couple of people I talked to in advance, and I specifically asked those people to give me 5 things that they wanted to learn here to help them do those things: speaking from stage better, selling from stage, creating their offers, crafting those offers, and building their funnels. So let's post those in the chat. And if you have questions, Hannah, Actually, I will unmute everybody who puts up their hand and says they have a live question. I will unmute you and we can talk live as well. So Anna, myself, Geraldine, and our team are here to help and we'll walk through. So if you have a question, I'm going to change my view so I can see everybody here.
I see Marky raising her hand.
Perfect. Anna, do you have access to unmute folks as well?
I do not.
Okay, so let me just scroll through my list, which is quite huge. There's a lot of people here. Wow. Marky.
So good to see all the familiar faces. I love this event. Hi, Judith.
Yeah, Anna was at the live event we did last year, which gives us a little insight as to what was going to happen there. So Anna, maybe you can talk a little bit about some of the awesome stuff that Jerry covered at that event while I'm trying to figure out how to unmute people.
Oh my God, where do I start? But the best part, it was in Bali.
Bali, oh yeah. The best part of anything about being in Bali was being in Bali.
That's right. What a different world we were living in back then. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can imagine. That was a different time for sure. Unfortunately, now we're not traveling anywhere, are we?
Yeah. But thank goodness for technology, right? We can all be together again.
And what a good time to have this, right? So to teach it in this way for us all to change and put our businesses online for people who maybe didn't think about doing it this way. This is a great, opportunity for us to do that. So Anna, do you want to kind of go into, how that event went, how people, received it?
So before we go any further, I just want to say something that I hear from clients all the time, and I think it's very relevant right now. A lot of people are saying that they're putting their business on a halt because money is not there. People don't have money. And what I've learned is that money is still there. Money just has shifted. So it's all about perception, right? When you want to be active in your business, don't let that perception stop you that money is not there. And I know quite a few of you here personally their businesses are thriving because I see it online, and you guys are killing it, right? So again, don't stop your business because you're assuming that people are scared. Yeah, we're all scared, but people are not traveling as much or at all. People are not going out as much, right? So all that money, it's in their pocket, and your services are going to be helping them so much to overcome what's happening right now. So I know that Marky is unmuted. Just Chris, just so you know, did you want me to continue or should we give it to the participants?
No, let's go to Marky in just one sec if she's unmuted. So I just want to carry on with what you said there for a second, because it's so true. Not everybody, a good portion of the population thinks that, oh my God, I can't do business live. I just can't do business now. And that is absolutely not true. We're finding, and we've done a lot of research, and obviously we've shifted to an online medium here, and we're doing our events instead of live, we're doing them, instead of in person, we're doing them live on Zoom. And when we made that shift, we obviously did a lot of research, and we found that live online events like this are actually more successful, and we actually wind up with more results online than we do sometimes in a live event. So absolutely, there is nothing wrong with doing an event online. You just have to craft it properly and don't have technical issues. But that's something that happens online. In a live event, Jerry's on stage and he doesn't have to worry about this. And this medium, certainly sometimes tech issues are part of the thing. So you just have to deal with that. But as far as the actual events online, they go relatively smoothly. There's no problem. We get a lot greater attendance than we would in a live event because we can draw from anywhere. We go to Chicago, we can only really draw from Chicago. We go to a specific city, we can only draw from that city. Here, as you looked in the chat, you saw people from Singapore, Asia, Europe, Canada, the US, around the world in this event, and people will also watch it on the recording. In a live event, you don't have those options. So you can attract a whole lot larger audience online, and you can be just as effective working online. And we're gonna find when we do get back to normal, whatever the new normal is, I hate that term, but whenever we get to that, a lot of companies are not going to go back to live events. They're going to stick with online live events and instead of in-person events. So it's a medium you have to be comfortable with now, and you have to learn how to do it because it is going to be a huge part of doing events moving forward. We are not going to see as many live in-person events because everybody has learned how to do this, and we found it's very successful. So it is a medium you have to learn. And everything Jerry talks about, engaging with your audience, selling from stage, it all applies here. It's no different. You're all hearing me talk, you know, we're all talking, looking at each other. The only thing that you really lose in a live event as a speaker is that energy from the audience. And that's why I said in the beginning, we need your engagement, because Jerry feeds off looking at the screen. I'm looking at a wall of people right now, as Jerry does as well. And I see most of you paying great attention. A couple of you are sleeping, that's okay. A couple of you are monkeying around with your phones. That is annoying to me. It's annoying to Jerry when we see people doing that, as it is in a live event. You see somebody with their head down, not paying attention. So that part of the engagement is a little more difficult, and you have to learn to deal with that. And that scrolling chat on the right-hand side too, you're trying to do two things, read and talk, which is also a little difficult. So when you're doing a live event, I'm actually going to some of the seminar content that Jerry's going to cover later, but doing a live event online does have a few different nuances. But generally speaking, it's the same. You know, we're feeding off the audience, we're presenting, we're doing everything we would normally do in a live in-person event. We're just doing it online. So if you're not comfortable in this medium, you really have to get comfortable. I know Jerry in the beginning was really resistant to moving online until we had no choice. And now he loves it. He actually says he's going to do considerably less live events. He may not do any live events moving forward after this. And I say live, meaning in person. He may continue to do everything online. I don't believe him because he loves speaking. And I see Jerry is back. All right, Jerry, I'm going to stop talking here and let's see if he's fully functional. Oh, we know Jerry's not fully functional, but let's see what he's got going here.
Okay,
all right, Jerry.
1 second.
And don't forget to pin that video, guys. If you haven't, you're going to have to repin Jerry Robert. So he's the main screen on you.
Check, check, check. You can hear me okay?
Sounds good.
All right, I'm back. Hey, by the way, like I believe, again, understand that this event is very different from other types of events because I want to reveal sort of the behind the scenes stuff. It says the picture's frozen, so I want to make sure that you can see me.
We can see you, Jerry.
If I go like this, is this better? Nope. I won't do that. Yeah, can you see me okay? Is that good now?
Yes.
Sound is much better too. Okay, hey, Josevi's here. Wow, what time is it? 5, Josevi, what time is it, girl? Yikes. Yeah, so what I was saying is that nothing happens by accident, okay? And so it's 4:49 a.m. for her. Everybody, let's give Josefi in Arizona some love for being here. We've got an interesting class, and we've got a lot of things to cover. I want to say this, that I want to give you behind the scenes look at what it takes to become a 6- and 7-figure speaker. So I bring in millions and millions a year in speaking. And what I want to do is reveal to you the truth. And sometimes stuff happens and you have to reboot your computer. And so it's just becoming aware of those things and learning how to adapt. I'm not flustered. You notice that I've got people here to help, and it's just a reality. I mean, if you're in a hotel, sometimes the fire alarm goes off, and so you don't get flustered. You got to know your material well enough to be able to understand that people will forgive you as long as you don't try and be somebody that you're not. And I think that there's far too many people who try and sort of impress and do all these things. So we're going to manage our state. We're going to have fun. We're going to answer your questions. And so right now, I am working on the assumption that it's somewhere around 2 o'clock for most of you. Can you type your time where you are at right now? I think many of you are in Arizona, are in Europe. We do have people from Australia, 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Oh, so they're all over the map. Okay. Huh. Okay, so one of the challenges that we find, and I'm just going to tell you stuff as we go through, one of the things is that when you deal with people in different time zones, so I see Margot is here from Alberta, or from Canada, 4:50. So you would be in the West Coast, and then I got people here at 9:50 p.m. Heron in Sydney, Australia. So normally, when you go and present live, you present at a particular time zone, and it's easy to schedule. One of the challenges I have is when I do an event like this, and there's multiple people from different time zones. And so you have to get used to that. And one of the ways that we're still learning this is how to accommodate, because normally after about 90 minutes or so, people need a break. And so and after another period, they need to have lunch. But some of you some of you need breakfast, some of you need lunch, and some of you need dinner, and some of you need to have a midnight snack. And so we're going to play around with that. What I am going to do is keep my eye. Just give me a second. I'll do it right now over here. Yeah. Where's my phone? I'm gonna keep track. Every 90 minutes, I'm going to set a timer so that at every 90 minutes, at the maximum, we will take a break. Okay. 30 minutes, just to help accommodate the need for bio break and all the rest of that. Every 90 minutes or so, we are going to take a break. And then after one or two of those, we are going to take probably an hour for lunch. And again, because I'm working we'll take a longer hour break at some point. The other breaks will be about 15 minutes. Okay, so because this is going to get intense, it's going to, we're going to put you to work. We're going to have breakout sessions. I've set the timer for 1 hour, and for 90 minutes, every 90 minutes for sure, I'm going to give a break. But if for some reason you need a break or you have some questions, just type it in the chat, and our team will do whatever we can to accommodate. Okay, so now what I got to do, just give me a quick second. Okay, let's go here. This. Because I rebooted it, it meant I have to go and resize everything. Whoops. I bet you Tony Robbins doesn't have to friggin' do all this. Nope. This one here. Okay. And if this is frustrating to some of you, imagine how I feel. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So let's go through and you know, I mean, the idea of becoming a speaker, this is the one trip I took, one tour rather. All of these cities, man, it was incredible that I traveled so much. I think I was spending something like 250 days a year, 250 days a year on the road. Even though it was fun and I got to travel all over the world, before COVID, I had made a decision to get off the road. It was just too much. And so I think, how long is he going to be? Okay, I'm here. Before COVID, I had decided I was going to stop traveling. I was just doing too much. And then COVID came and really ended up being a blessing on several different fronts. One is that, it got me off the road, right? So I was happy about that. I don't know if I would have done it as easily or if I wasn't forced to. The second thing was I have found out that this is going to be, over the next couple of years, our biggest years ever. We're finding now that virtual events are outperforming live events. Now, just think about this. The other day I was thinking, I've always said to people, one of the things that I would like is to get, you know how like on Star Trek, beam me up, Scotty? I thought, just to be able to beam me, and boom, I'm in Chennai, India, and boom, beam me up, Scotty, I'm in Malaysia, and beam me up, Scotty, I'm in Texas. Guess what, folks? That's what happens now. I just push a button and I'm in a different city, a different country. In fact, I'm going back to India now, virtually. And so virtual events have, in some cases, outperformed. Now, the reality is, I've never worked so hard in my life as I have in the last 6 months to adapt to this new medium. This is very different. You got to learn technology, because I don't want to do it like everybody else, just being a talking head. In fact, I've probably talked too much already. We need to get excited and get the energy going. And so I've had to learn a lot about technology and everything like that. And even the marketing has changed, and how you offer and sell. About 80% of what we know about live events applies to virtual ones. But the 20% has to be adapted. And so I'm excited about the future. I mean, and you ought to be too, because I'm telling you, the industry has completely changed. And now there is more opportunities than ever for you to generate sources of income today than ever before. And just look around our rooms. If I look at our rooms here, let me just go here. You can see by the preponderance of the evidence, a lawyer would say, it's mostly women. And we probably have 70% women here today, and that's fantastic. You know what? I see Jim. Yes, I see Jim. Well, you can put a dress on, Jim. I want to address the women for a second, and to tell them that, listen, there is a major boom coming in the speaking industry for women. Now, I've been saying the need for this for years, but now it's becoming even more critical. You know why? Because the meetings industry, the conference industry, the association industry is completely changed. It's never been like this before. Now, women who could not travel, I mean, if somebody's got, if women has 3 children, she can't be going to India because it takes 2 or 3 days to get there, and you got to do the event. But now you can go from the luxury of your own home, and so you are able to go. And the second thing is, there is more opportunities. They're hiring speakers now for virtual events, and they're looking for more women. The reality, in my opinion, in my estimation, that the meetings industry, live seminars, live conferences, live events, will never go back to its normal way of doing it. I think it'll be at least 2 years before most of the effect of COVID will be dissipated, assuming they can find a vaccine to help everybody. It's going to be at least 2 or 3 years. And so because of that, you've got to figure out how to take advantage of these opportunities. Those of you who want to do more speaking, I mean, there's incredible opportunities because the industry's there, and because now you can take advantage of it. And so you can basically write your own ticket today. And that's what I want for you, is to be able to go around the world and meet fabulous people, be able to participate someday into events like Tony's, But until that happens, where you can do these live events, you're going to have to adjust, just like I did and like Tony did. I don't know if you've seen now. Tony had live events, and he's got this $4 million studio now, and he does these live events. He had 22,000 people. And so you can learn from all of these guys. You can learn from us. But the reality is, he is going to revolutionize the seminar world one more time. Why? Because I believe Tony's going to be the first one to have 100,000 people in a webinar. He's never had 100,000 people live in front of him before, and he'll be able to do it. And so we're learning now all kinds of technology, and it's all there for you to learn. And so I'm thrilled that you're here today, because you're going to have an opportunity to learn how you can make a difference in people's lives, and really make a difference. And so I'm going to share with you some of the last events that I have done, show you a little bit about the money that's around some of our events. Now, again, I've been doing this for a long time, and I want to show you this because in some cases, our virtual events are outperforming our physical ones. So I believe one of the last events, live events I did was in Berlin. And let me show you the numbers. Now, I'm sharing these confidentially with you to show you what can happen once you learn the things that I'm going to tell you here, and understand. I'm going to describe now some results from live events. Tomorrow, I'll give you some results from our virtual events. And you're going to see the numbers are very similar in terms of closing ratios and sales figures and that sort of thing. And like I say, 80% of what we did in live events translates to virtual events. So I did this event in November. I did a front end event. So FE stands for front end event. I did that at a Never Work Again event. I believe some of you were at that event. Just let me see your hands if you were at that event. Judith, weren't you at that event? Where is Judith? No, you weren't at that event. Ellen, were you there? Yeah, okay, good. So I spoke at that event. This was a conference called Never Work Again. I was one of many speakers. I sold at that front end event. I didn't get paid to speak at that front end event. I sold a ticket for 725 Canadian dollars. I sold 142 people. That generated $103,000 there. So you understand what I was doing, right? So I did a front end event. I'm going to teach you all how to do this in the next couple of days. So you got to do a front end event. That front end event, I sold a $500 euro ticket, which is 727 Canadian, which brought in 103,000. Then what I sold was a ticket to my boot camp. At that boot camp, I sold a high-end offer. I sold my publishing program. That publishing program sold for 51,000 Canadian. I had one person buy that. Out of the 142 that were there, one bought that. So that generated 51,000. Then, sorry, I had one person buy that at using the payment plan. So that's where I offered to sell the $51,000 product with a payment plan. So we had one person take that up. In terms of the full pay, because it was discounted, netted 43,000 each. I sold 8 of those. That brought in 350,000. So that is my high-end offer, right? I only sold 9 of those, but there was 142 people. So a lot of people will not qualify to buy your high-end offer, but will buy your low end offer. And so I offered a low end coaching program. That low end coaching program sold for $17,000 with a payment plan. I believe you should always offer a payment plan and a full pay option. 2 people bought that, and that generated $35,000. Then I had a full pay option for the publishing consulting program that sold for 14, almost 15,000, and I sold 3 of those, and that generated 43,000. And so that one event brought in $500,000 of 582,000 Canadian. And so why am I sharing that with you? I'm sharing that with you to let you know that that what you're about to learn works. And it's not something that worked 20 years for me. It worked in the last physical event I did. I did an event this weekend with 30 or 40 people, and I brought in $120 or some thousand dollars just this weekend. So I'm telling you that because my emphasis is going to be to try and get you to the big numbers. I think that that's an important thing. So if you're here again and you're looking for how you speak and how you control your nerves and all that sort of stuff, I mean, we'll cover some of that, but the real purpose of this is to help you find the fastest path to the biggest cash. Because I think that that's what you need. So many of you don't understand the speaking role and how much money there is around you. Like if you're not making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a month, you're asleep. I'm telling you. And I don't care if you're in Asia. I don't care if you're in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Europe. I don't care if you're brand new. You could eat. There's nothing in my estimation that will yield you more money than doing this speaking and doing it right. Now, I say that because of what my mentor said. Now, you might want to take a screenshot of this. This is not in the workbook, but this was my mentor's mantra. He said this: the mind is a powerful magnet, and as such will attract whatever corresponds to its ruling state. And if your ruling state is unhealthy, unhappy, and broke, guess what you're going to attract? And so what I'm trying to do is to get you to think about a path that will get you to that big numbers. Now, you remember when I shared my story and how when my mentor told me that I could make in a month what I used to make in a year, and I told him, I gave him every reason in the world why I could never earn $100,000 in a year. He just looked at me and thought I was crazy, and he called me a jerk. You remember that, the story? Why do you think? Because he was sharing an idea with me that I wanted. I mean, I wanted to make $100,000 a year, and yet I was rejecting that idea. Why do you think people reject good ideas? I want you to go ahead and type that in the chat. Tell me why you think people reject good ideas. And be specific, okay? So Marlene, don't just say fear. Fear of what, Michelle? It's good to see my friend David McCammon here. Man, I haven't seen you, David, for a while. Good to see you. Fear of success. People reject ideas. Oh, hold on a sec. I think I can, let me show you the chat. Hold on a second. Here's the chat. Look at these things. Let me go back and just back up for a second. So I'm looking at these things, and you're saying because it's much cozier to stay in the comfort zone, lack of skills, fear of success, no self-worth, fear of confidence, or confidence in themselves. They want to stay safe. Yeah. They can't see the opportunities. And that's why you get a mentor. Like when my mentor told me that I could make in a month what I used to make in a year, I didn't believe I could do it, but I could see he believed I could do it. And that's what I grabbed onto. Fear of succeeding. They really don't believe, Gina. Hey, Gina, how are you? Fear of unknown outcomes, lack of trust. Now that's a big one. Do you know when my mentor told me that I could make in a month what I used to make in a year, I thought he wanted to get something from me. So he was trying to sell me something. And so sometimes we discount because we don't trust. We don't trust ourselves. We don't trust the person who's motivating us. That's a really good thing, Casper. Markey says, too much to learn. There's a lot to learn. I mean, seriously, if you want to make 6 figures as a speaker, man, let me tell you, you got to pay the price. And we have some people here who are our clients. Anita, David McCammon. I see other people who are in our speakers roundtable. And listen, for everything that works, you may have to go through 100 that don't work. And it's the people who stick with it that really win. But the mindset's important. The monkey. Oh, hey, Deanna said something about the monkey. I got to tell you this story. I remembered this the other day. I was looking at Millionaire Mindset, and I wrote about this in Millionaire Mindset. You know how they catch monkeys in certain places in the world? They take a vase, a long vase with a long, thin neck, and they put peanuts in it. And then they tie that vase to the ground. And then what happens is the monkey reaches in and grabs the peanuts. And because he grabs the peanuts, his hand won't go up. Well, he ends up being trapped and taken into captivity when all he had to do is let go of the peanuts and his hand would, and there's a lot of people like that. They hold on to old ideas. They hold on to things. They will not let go, and they remain bound. Look at that. Thank you, by the way, for reminding me about the monkey, Deanna. Fear of failing, making mistakes. Deborah Vogel's book says it all, man. Fail forward. It's subtitled A Guide to Breaking Through Roadblocks of Life While Achieving Unstoppable Success. And she'll tell you, you should fail faster. A lot of good reasons. Fear of rejections, security, I can't do, pessimism I'm seeing here. People don't believe in themselves, pressure from the environment. Man, these are really good things. Petra, the script telling you it's impossible. Man, these are all, we're going to address all these. I love this. Jerry, you are getting advanced now. You ain't seen nothing yet. Lack of faith in self, lack of faith in the economy, lack of faith in God, lack of faith in customers. Good point. So these are many things that stop us. And so I want you to write this down. This, again, is not in your workbook. So let me get rid of this. Argue for, remove page 15. It's not on page 15. It's in the wrong workbook. But I want you to write this down. While I was arguing with my mentor, he stopped me by calling me a jerk. And he said, listen, anybody who would summarily dismiss an idea, understand that, huh? He said, anybody who would summarily dismiss an idea without really thinking about it, that person is asleep. And he said, I'm telling you, you can do something and you're summarily dismissing it. He said, my purpose in life is to wake people up. And then he said this, and this is so powerful to me. He said, what you argue for, you get to keep. Think about that. What you argue for, you get to keep. And so at some point you've got to decide that you're not going to argue for shit you don't want. And when you sit and listen to me over the next day or two tell you that you could be charging a lot more money for what you sell, you're going to hear things inside your paradigm. And if you argue for those things and try and defend that position, guess what? You get to keep that. And so be careful, because Harvecker was right. And this is something that I think all of you should take a screenshot of and put all over your house, man. How you do anything is how you do everything. So I'd like you to say that with me out loud right now. Come on, 3 times. How you do anything is how you do everything. One more time. How you do anything is how you do everything. How you do anything is how you do everything. Now, if you would do it again, and I know you think I'm crazy, but do it like this. How you do anything is how you do everything. Just go like that. Okay, 1, 2, 3. How you do anything is how you do everything. How you do anything is how you do everything. Now, remember Tony Robbins said that motion creates emotion? So when you go with, why do you think he hits himself all the time? Because he's anchoring something in your brain. Are you aware that when Tony Robbins hits himself all the time, he's doing that right before an action verb? In fact, is anybody here in possession of Tony's personal power tapes? Anybody? Is anybody here own those? Let me see your hands. Come on, let me see your hands. You go and watch those tapes. I know, because I did this. You go and listen and listen when he hits himself like that, or when he claps his hands. When he does that, he's anchoring something in your brain. You can do the same to yourself. So if you say, I'm going to do this no matter what, I'm going to do this no matter what, I'm going to do this, eventually you'll just go like this, and it'll trigger all kinds of neural pathways in your brain. And so when I tell you to look and make a motion with how you do anything is how you do everything, it's just because I want you to remember it better. I want it to impact you, because it's true. How you do anything is how you do everything. So over the next day and a half, you're going to feel certain things. You may be feeling them already. You may be thinking, when is he going to get to the point? I had some knucklehead yesterday when I was doing a preview. He kept saying, oh, when's he going to get to the point? Shut up. If I'm talking to you, there's a reason for it. This is the point. But you're going to notice things happen inside. If I were you, I'd write them down. You'll notice paradigms, and those paradigms keep you bound. So the first skill is to become aware of what's happening inside. Because how you do anything is how you do everything. And some of you, when you get frustrated, your paradigm shuts down. So you stop listening to me. Some of you, when you get frustrated, when you get frustrated, it creates anger in you and causes you to stop. Some of you, you go really fast and then you stop and go really slow. You see, these are paradigms that control you. Now, let me show you this. Where did my pen go? 1 second. I got to show you this. So if you look at your income level, guys, if your income level is represented, whoops, hold on a second. If your income level is represented by this line, okay, and let's say you are programmed based on your upbringing and history, let's say you're programmed for $100,000. Like, that's what your programming is, I don't know, it is designed to do. And you have a thermostat inside of you. Whoops, hold on a second. You have a thermostat inside of you. And that thermostat, let's just call it $100,000. That thermostat is set at 100,000. Okay, so let's just call this here June, mid-year. Here is December. Now, let me ask you this. What happens to the person who starts to start a business, let's say speaking, or let's say whatever it is that they do, and by June, they're up to $80,000. Now, we have one of our newest executives with us is here. Where's Reshma? Is she here? I thought I saw her. She's here somewhere. She was here. Reshma will tell you as a sales manager, and she's now our new director of sales at Black Card Books. Anybody who's done any sales training will know this. If by June a person has earned $80,000, what happens to their performance? What do you think happens to their performance when they hit 80? Let me show you what happens. What happens then is that the thermostat measures the deviation between where the person is at and where they have been programmed. Let's just say in this example, 100,000. And so it picks up the deviation from the setting. And what happens after June for most people? They go right back to, they stop working because the thermostat is in control, and they'll pretty much end the year around 100K. That almost always happens. Talk to anybody who has managed salespeople, and they'll know at the start of the year who is going to qualify for the end of year bonus, because they know how people are programmed. And so you can change that programming, because I know that how you do anything is how you do everything, and that thermostat controls you. And so by changing the thermostat here, you change everything. Because I know the opposite is also true. If by June somebody has only made $20,000, what happens to that person? They go like crazy. You see, again, the thermostat measures the deviation from the goal. It picks up the difference and kicks in the energy, and after June, because the person says, if I keep going like this, I'm only going to make 40. That's unacceptable according to my programming. And so they go to work, and guess what? They pretty much always end the year where they are programmed. And so I'm going to do things today and tomorrow that I guarantee are going to shake up this belief system inside of you. What you need to do, and the problem is it's not easy, because your belief system, your paradigm does not want to change. And so it will do whatever it can to resist. Another way of looking at that, let me show you this. Another way of looking at that here is to use my stick person concept. The stick person concept. Let's say a person is programmed for 100. They think $100,000 thoughts. They move into $100,000 belief or habits, and guess what they produce? They produce a $100,000 result, right? So that's my stick person concept. You all know that and agree with that, I'm sure. But then look at what happens. Let me go here for a second. Let's just say now, Jerry comes along today and says this to you. Whoops. Jerry comes along and says, I think you're good for $1 million. What do you think happens inside your subconscious mind when you have this idea and this idea starting to impact or get involved in your subconscious level. What do you think happens? What happens is you go into what he calls a foreign vibration. Whenever you've got two corresponding ideas, like just think this here for a second. If you've got a 100K idea here and $1 million idea here inside your mind, those two will war against each other. And your paradigm, the conditioning, the 100,000, does not want you to entertain this because this is risky. And so what it does is it throws up into your consciousness, and I use that word directly, it throws up all kinds of stuff into your consciousness because it doesn't want you to adopt the $1 million idea, because it wants to keep you safe. And so you got to understand that this weekend, I'm going to share ideas with you that are designed to shake up your conditioning. I will do that. All I'm saying to you is don't reject the idea because you don't necessarily know how. Understand that if you and I have a conflicting idea, it's probably because I've agitated some part of your subconscious programming, and maybe you got to study more and work on identifying. The first step of growth is always awareness. Is that making sense? Are you getting that? Is that helpful to you guys? All right. So then, what I want to do now is give you a path to run on that I think you need, because if you're not making the kind of money you want to make in speaking, then you got to you're doing something wrong. And not that there's any magic, but like I bring in millions and millions a year speaking, and if I could do it, anybody could do it. Now, I've been doing it a long time, and I'm a good speaker, and I got mentors, and I work hard, and I'm really good looking, and all this stuff. Karina liked that. I like that joke. But you need a path to run on, and I think that that's the problem for most people is they don't have a path to run on, and that's what I hope to give you this. So this seminar is designed for authors, coaches, speakers, and entrepreneurs. I collectively call that group ACEs. So that is my teapot. And so what I want to do is work with you today and tomorrow. If you're suffering from sales or marketing frustration, there is no magic answer, but there is solutions. And if you're frustrated, I get it. And so the first place that I think we should start is on page 6 of your workbook. I'd like you to turn to that. And what I'd like you to do is I'm going to give you 10 minutes. In this 10 minutes, I want you to, and I'll leave this on the screen for those of you who have not yet printed out your workbook. I would suggest you do that as soon as you can. I'm going to leave this on the screen. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I want to make this practical. So I need you to fill this out and be honest. It's called the Magic Wand Framework, and it's a way for you to assess where you are now and where you want to be. I want everybody to do this. And then I want everybody to send it to me. I want you to give it to me in the chat under personal. So send it to me privately. It's not something everybody else needs to see. So I don't know if you know how to do that. If you go to the chat window, let me show you this. Just give me a second. Once you fill it in, take a picture of it. And then you see here, you could go like this. Sorry. You're going to go down here like this, and you go to, you see it says, if you just scroll, you're going to find You're going to find me in there somewhere. What am I signed in as today?
You're signed in at Jerry Robert.
Am I hearing this? Okay, give me a second. I'm trying to find. Oh yeah, okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to go and find. You see here. You see how it says privately. So in this blue box here, once you fill this sheet out, I want you to take a picture of it or type it out and send it to me privately. So it says Jerry Robert. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my name. Can I just do that? Give me 1 second. I'm going to change my name to something so that everybody knows it coming to me personally. I'm just going to change my name. I'm going to change this to Jerry Personal. Okay, 1 second. So if I go here, what you're going to do is, 1 second. Jerry Personal, where did that go now? Oh, it's not going to let me do it because I'm not a. Okay, see where it says Jerry co-host? Yeah, send it there. Ah, that's the problem. Here we go. 1 second. I did the wrong one. Jerry, whoops. I can't change that name. Okay, I guess because I've signed in under that. So just find Jerry Robert and send it to me privately, okay? So yeah, it seems to work. And what I'm asking you to do is to really be honest here. I'm going to give you 15 minutes. If you can see Jerry Personal, well, all the Jerry ones come directly to me anyway. So you don't have to share this with everyone. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Okay. I'm going to play some soft music. I want you to answer these questions as honestly as you can. And I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. I'm going to put a timer up so that you'll see that as well. Go here. Whoops. Sorry, guys. 1 second. I'll just put the timer here in this corner and I'll restart it. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Go ahead. Do you need more time? If you'd like another 5 minutes, just say yes in the chat. Yes in the chat. Let me see how many of you need 5 more minutes. I'm only seeing 4 or 5 who want it. So otherwise I'm going to move on. Okay, so let's move on. All right, so if I look at this sheet and the response, thank you, by the way, for being honest and for sort of thinking through what you want. And some of you, your goals are way too small, and some of you are way too big. But we'll deal with that. But you need to understand this. By the way, I understand there's some people having some problems with the workbook. Again, our staff are looking at that in the chat, and we'll answer your questions directly. So I believe I've got an answer, and I believe that I think I know what I'm talking about, and that is you do not have a path to run on, and that's what I hope to give you here. I hope to give, and keep typing your answers. If you're not done yet, send them to me personally, and I will, I promise I'll read every single one of them. So what you need is a visual path. And so what I want to give you in this training is 3 simple steps to launch you as a 6 or 7 figure speaker within 12 to 24 months. With 0 guesswork, overwhelm, or searching everywhere for answers. And I think that that's part and parcel of the problem. So let me address that one topic for a second. So one of the problems that I see when it comes to speaking is that you don't have a solution from start to finish. And so what happens then is you're looking everywhere for an answer. And so this guy's giving you help with Facebook advertising, and this person's helping you with webinars, and this person's helping you with all kinds of other things. And so what I want to tell you is that you've got to understand that that's part and parcel of the problem. And so what you're going to get here, and let me see if I can highlight this. Just give me one quick second. Blank. So I want to highlight this. Oh, it does highlight. Okay, give me a second. I want you to look at this for a second. So the system that you're about to learn today is a simple, easy to follow system that works for virtually anyone serious about becoming a coach, speaker, or influencer. And it's this next sentence that I really want you to pay attention to. Unlike most courses, training, and coaching programs that only add a single piece of the puzzle, oftentimes leaving you more confused, frustrated, and overwhelmed when you started, not to mention several $1,000s poorer, the SOS system is, and SOS stands for Science of Seminars, is the puzzle itself. So what I think is frustrating for many of you is you're going to get answers all over the place, especially now, and I get it, with COVID, you're having to change into a virtual speaker. There's technology, and what happens is you're going to get one answer to the puzzle over here from this guru. The problem is that guru, in order for him to sell you something expensive, that solution, it's only one solution. You have many, you need many. Just by the fact that you're going to pay him lots of money, in order for him to sell you something that costs a lot of money, that system, his solution, needs to be very complicated. And so because of that, it's very advanced, way more advanced than most of you need. But he has to, or she has to sell you that complicated system, because otherwise you wouldn't pay them all the money. And so the second problem with that is you go and get this person's solution and this person's solution, and you get ClickFunnels over here, and you get Facebook advertising here and webinar stuff here and marketing. And the problem is none of these things work together. And so what you need is one solution. And I believe that that's the role I can play for you. Now, I'm sharing that with you because I'd like to be that provider. But get this, that's exactly what you're going to do for your clients. Instead of just offering them one little piece of the puzzle, I want you to offer them a full solution. And that's really what I'm going to talk about, because I know how frustrated many of you are and how overloaded you are with information. And you've spent tons of money and time, and you still don't have a friggin' system that's bringing in money. And so I think the issue is this piece of the puzzle myth. You're trying to solve your issues in one piece at a time. And also, when it comes to you offering your services, you're offering some sort of a one piece of the puzzle instead of the entire thing. I think another problem is that most people today are looking for a quick fix. There's no quick fix, man. A lot of you suffer from the sleazy salesman myth. I get this more than almost anything. People saying to me, but I don't want to become an American sleazy speaker you don't have to. I don't want you to be that anyway. But a lot of people shy away from the business side of speaking because they think they're going to end up like this guy. And that's not true. That doesn't have to happen. And so you suffer with these challenges, but it isn't your fault. There's no clear path. You don't have a clear path to run on today. And so what happens then is you become very frustrated. Everybody has a checklist when it comes to solving problems. I mean, everybody. When the pilot looks around and sees that the engine's on fire, he doesn't wing it. He's got a checklist that he follows. When the doctor opens your chest up, he's not just going to try and see how things go. They have a procedural thing that they follow step by step by step. Everybody has that kind of thing except for entrepreneurs, except for speakers. And so I think now is the time for you to have a solution that will answer the problem, so that you're stopping looking everywhere. You avoid the shiny ball syndrome. Some of you are guilty of this, man. I hope you're resonating, because I'm looking at some of you in this room and I know how much money you've spent and I know how distracted you've become by going here and look at this guy. Oh, this guy's got an interesting webinar. Well, let's go there and let's buy everything he has. And then look at her. She's got, oh, I need that. And so you suffer from the shiny ball syndrome. You never really get to the message. And so I think it's high time that you get a solution that works. And that's what I'm going to cover in this class. I want to give you a solution from where you are now. You see the bottom left question mark? I want you to go from where you are. Oh, are you able to see that? Do I need to? Have I spotlighted this? Can you all see this? Vincent or yeah, you can see my screen, right, with the 9 boxes. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to walk you through this and show you that you can have a solution, but there's a few steps involved, quite a few steps involved. And so I'm going to cover this because I believe that you can get to the big money, but you need to develop 3 main things, which is to decide, to deliver, and to dominate. And if you're going to decide, you've got to decide who you're going to become and who you're going to go after. And then once you figure out sort of what you're offering, then you've got to continue on the path, go up. Let me get out of here for a second. Continue on the path and start developing some products, and then figure out how you're going to deliver this, and then start to dominate. That's what I'm going to cover here, because I know what you need. Like, I don't know a lot about a lot of things, but I know a lot about this. And so I have figured out something that works, because it works for me and it works for others. And it's something that works now, not somewhere down the road, but you need to have something right away that's going to eliminate, listen to this, system confusion. See, some of you've got so many friggin' things to try to build a speaking business. As most of you have come into me, my funnel through the book concept, you're all working on books. But then there's everything to do with the virtual technology, and what systems do you need, and should you have this camera or that camera, and should you use Zoom, and how do you record webinars, and I want to eliminate system confusion. I want to stop the overwhelm that you're feeling. Many of you are feeling that. How many of you are feeling that sort of sense of overwhelm right now? Let me see your hands if you're sensing some of that overwhelm. Yeah, I want to put an end to that for you. And in order to do that, you need a path to run on and a checklist. And you need a lot less complicated solutions. Some of you are working on stuff you have no business working on. You're not there. You don't need a lot of that sort of stuff. So I want you to have a lot more financial rewards, and I want this to happen fast. And the people, have had some amazing results. The last time I did this class, this guy came to it. His name is Wilford. He's in Amsterdam. Listen to what he said about learning the stuff that you're about to learn.
Do you know that only 25% of all the people that see you on stage instantly will like you? So you have to work very hard for the other 75%. Hi, I'm Wilfried Leinhardt. I'm the author of the upcoming book, The Secrets of Digital Marketing. And I'm also the founder of Digital Blacksmith. I met Jerry only 3 months ago when I signed up for the Instant Author Program. And 1 month ago, I signed up for the Speakers Roundtable. And it's been an incredible journey for me. He gave me a chance to speak in London. And I got incredible knowledge and tips and tricks. He actually went in detail on my presentation. And I need to smile more, for example. I try and do my best. But the most important thing is I made $10,000 off that speech. I signed up 3 people for my coaching program. He gave me a chance a week later in Stockholm to do it again. And then I signed up 5 people because I still tweaked and adjust my slides with the tips and tricks I got from Jerry, and I made $15,000. So I basically made $25,000 in 1 week. And for me, that's incredible. And thank you so much, Jerry, for getting me one step closer to my financial freedom.
Yeah. I mean, just think about that. I mean, he's never made that kind of money. And so this stuff works. What I'm intending to do is to give you the code. And the code starts with an incredible foundation. And so I'm going to walk you through this model. And we're going to start off today by, I'm going to describe the model. Then we're going to go a little deeper. And then tomorrow we're going to work even more on you leaving here with many parts of that model solved. I'm going to give you a clear path to run on, guys, on everything you need to get to that thing that you want right there, up in that corner, which is the money. I want to get you to the money, go from where you are now to where you want to be. And I'm going to give you lots of assignments. First, I'm going to give you an overview of the system. We're going to start delving into it. And then we're going to talk more tomorrow about actually leaving here with work done. Because when we first, let me go back for a second. When we look at, for example, if we look at the first box, I see these boxes as skills you need to develop. If you do want to make 6 or 7 figures, you need these 9 skills. Like I've identified these. These are the things that I work on every single day. And why I could claim to be one of the top 20 highest paid speakers on the planet, because I've mastered these 9 things. And so I'm going to give you everything I've got in the time allotted to help you understand them. The first one, it's 9 o'clock. The first one is your target population. So you need to be clear. Now, I know some of you've done some work on this, but you need to go deeper. And I am going to give you some tools in this class to go deeper. You need to understand who exactly is the best person for you to target, so that you're not seeing everybody as a prospect. We want to put an end to trying to sell to everybody. You can't sell to everybody. No more shotgun approach. You can make huge money if you've got a specific target, and you're more like a sharpshooter than a shotgun approach. Then we're going to talk about your superpower. Like, what makes you different? You're going to go from being a general practitioner to knowing exactly what makes you different. What separates you from everybody else? What is your special sauce? And why are you different from every other coach, speaker, and trainer? I'm going to help you figure out your superpower. You're going to love this section. It's going to, and this is going to be very good for those of you who are working on books, because it's going to help you figure out what you need to include in your book for those of you who have not finished writing your book yet. Your superpower is quite critical. I'm going to focus on how you can eliminate pain and get some gain. It's a whole procedure we have. Then you need a roadmap. Now, understand this. I'm giving you my roadmap. This is my solution, which you see on the screen. If you want to make big money, you've got to offer this type of thing, this solution for your clients. And guess what? We're going to develop that here. You're going to leave here with the framework, the roadmap developed, or at least you'll know exactly what you've got to do so that you can get to the big money, because the big money is not finding one customer and finding another customer. It's selling more to the same customer. And so you're going to meet maybe a little bit today, some tomorrow, some people who've been my customers for years, and with ups and downs. We've had some challenges before COVID that they've had to endure. We've had many changes through COVID. I've dropped the ball. I mean, and yet they're still here. And so I think you need to understand that what you need to get to the big money is a solution like this. We call this a roadmap. And it's a framework that you're going to give to people so that they will provide you with all kinds of things. You're going to stop offering only a partial solution. And so we hope to build a lot of that framework today. And you can see, by the way, I hope on the top right corner, the pink block, that's the page number in our workbook, okay? If you're taking notes, I'm going through those pages fairly quickly. And also, I believe that the document you have is a fillable PDF, which means if you type, just let me see if I can find it. I just want to see what's, give me a second here. I just want to find the link to the workbook. I guess I should have told you this earlier. Hannah, can you type that in the chat window for me? The link to the workbook. Okay, so let me just pull that up. I want to show you something, just because I forgot to mention this earlier. I'm I'm just downloading it now. I'm gonna upload it. Watch this. Okay, let me show you this, guys. Give me 1 second. Preview. If I go like this, there, zoom. Okay, guys, can you see the screen here? This is the workbook. If you want to type in it, if you're opening it, if you just hover over, it'll turn the box blue, and then you can start typing. You double click on it. What's going on? You double click on the box. Huh. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Why is that not working? Now, maybe I've spoken too soon. Ah, I know why. Because it's not open. SOS print. I think this is it. It's supposed to be a fillable PDF. What am I doing wrong here? No, maybe not. Maybe I've got to do something. Anyway, I'll go back to my slides then. Keynote. Okay. Okay, so I'll make sure. So I'll get. I think I've probably uploaded the wrong file. At least you got the printable version. Oh, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Give me one. I gave you the wrong document. I gave you the PDF version. Let me just see if I can fix this. Courses, science of seminars, final. Yeah, I don't know what I've done. I'll sort it out and get it to you soon, because it's not. I don't think it's the right file. I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you after lunch or something. Okay, so now what you need to do is you need to offer a full solution to people to avoid the frustration that so many of you are feeling. But then understand this: your prospects also are frustrated. And so I think what you have to do is recognize that you can offer them a full solution. That solution is called the A to Z roadmap. And that's what you need in order for you to provide higher income. And you can see in your workbook there several examples. So you're going to leave here with at least an understanding of creating a framework like this. And I put several different examples. And when we go start doing the actual work, and I'm going to give you worksheets on how to do this, I'm just noticing Hannah put another one in there, fillable PDF, in the chat room. Let's see if that works. You're going to create a similar type thing for your business. So those are the first three things you got to decide. That's phase one. Then you see we move from there to phase two, which is deliver. So once you decide what you want, Then you got to figure out what are you going to deliver. And so in this module, we're going to talk about the need to create profitable solutions. And I'm going to challenge your socks off to stop selling low profit, low cost services. And I'm going to introduce you to people who bought very expensive programs from me, some of them 6 figures. And you need to, as Deborah says, you need to know your worth. And so you need to create a signature solution that Edme is talking about. And so I'm going to walk you through a ladder creation and how you can figure out what are all the solutions that you could be offering. And once you do that, once you know what your offer is, now you need to deliver it. And there's 2 main places you're going to deliver that. That is in your front end and in your back end. And the front end is going to show you how you can stop being an amateur, selling to no one. And your front end is like a webinar or an introductory speech or a evergreen, something that you are going to do where you're not necessarily making money on the front end, but it's how you introduce people. So when I speak at a Tony Robbins event, for example, that is called a front end event. They don't pay me a fee to do that. In fact, I got to pay them to do it, but I speak and I'm able to sell at a front end, a webinar. I did one last night. I think I'm doing one tonight as well. That's called a front end event. I'm gonna work with you on how you can do that as well. Then you're going to be introduced to my 4 ends formula. Again, that's on page 29. I'm just introducing this now. I'm not really. I'm just telling you what we're going to cover. So you're going to do you need a front end event. At that front end event, you're going to sell people into a back end event. That back end event really is an environment that allows you to sell a high end product. So I did last weekend, and some of you were probably there, I did my weekend seminar, Author Palooza. I charged $97 for people to go. I was doing them for free. I stopped doing them for free. I do my front ends for free, but now my boot camps are $97 and $300 for a VIP ticket. And I'm going to explain more about that tomorrow. But I've created this event, and you need to do the same thing, a back-end event that really is an opportunity for you to sell a high-end ticket item. And that could be anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 to $10,000. But only a small number of people are going to buy that. So you need a low-end product, a downsell. And so those are my 4 ends, and I'm going to cover those in more detail later. But we're going to talk about where most of you are at, is creating a front-end product, like a way to introduce yourself to other people, but then create a good enough environment that allows people to consider buying products and services from you. And so we're going to cover all the details. Some of this stuff I'll get to, some of it I won't. But the other main thing is a back end. So you need a back end. You need to create an environment to allow you to sell your products, your product line to people. And there's a lot of thought that goes into that, and we will cover that as well. Now, because our time is limited, some things I'm gonna go into more detail, and some I will go into less detail. There's a lot of work that goes into the back end, like how do you structure a boot camp, and what should you talk about? What about the closing? I mean, it's great to have a good boot camp, but if you can't sell any of your product, what good is it? And so I'm going to shave time by giving you all of my secrets. And then you need to create funnels, because now you've got to learn to dominate. And so you need to think about how are you going to attract people to you. And I want to put an end to you learning, having to learn all kinds of BS, complicated or advanced marketing voodoo shit that's not going to help you at all. Some of you are working on stuff. I've talked to some of you. You're taking, you're paying some knucklehead in the United States $15,000 to learn Facebook advertising. What the hell? Listen, you don't need that level of help to start. And so what I want to do is get you focused on what you need and when you need it. And so part of that is you gotta just follow my path. You understand that this step is like step number 7. Some of you are trying to do that now. That's the problem. And so I want to put an end to that confusion for you. Then I want to show you how you build and attract people. What kind of traffic do you need? And building attraction marketing devices that capture people, and then you build up trust. And I'm going to go through all these in more detail, but you have to have a simplified solution, guys. You're too complicated. And so I want to show you my attraction marketing devices and create that for you. And so we've got lots of them, and it draws people to us. Once they do come, it builds a fairly high level of trust fairly quickly, and I'm going to give you the path to run on. We've got lots of different tools that we're going to cover. And so once you've got the mechanisms to draw people, then you have to convert those people. And we have several enrollers. We want to help you stop struggling with selling. And so if you use my solutions that I'm going to talk about, that's not going to be difficult because they are designed for non-salespeople. And I'm going to explain that a lot more later. But these conversion events will cause people to move down your buying cycle, your funnel. And it's a very powerful system once you understand how to use it. And you don't have to use all these slimy American friggin' manipulation techniques, because I know that that's not who most of you are. It's not who I am. And so I'm going to talk and introduce you to 3 conversion events. One is a webinar machine. We're going to talk to you about the personal consultation booker, so how you can book appointments, and then the application accelerator. I'm going to just touch on these during this presentation. These are powerful things. I mean, the webinar machine that we have is no friggin' pressure selling. You're going to love it. The script, I'm going to give you the script on how you can book these personal coaching consultations. You're seeing lots of people do that today. I'm going to give you the exact script we use for us to do that. You're going to, if you don't love me already, you're going to love me by the end of this. I'm telling you. Listen to Anna.
Everyone. My name is Anna Beloff. I'm one of Jerry's students. I'd like to share that I participated in one of Jerry's events. I followed his system. Within 2 weeks of the event, I generated $3,966 of revenue. I have 5 new customers, and I'm very excited because they'll keep bringing me business going forward as well. Thank you, Jerry. You rock.
So what Anna has been able to do, and she's a non-salesperson, is come up with a product offering, like a ladder of products, and I haven't talked to her for a while, but I think she sells $8,000 or $9,000 coaching program to a lady who doesn't know how to sell. And so I want to show you how to do that. And we use the application accelerator, and I'm going to walk through that as well. And the last one is the avalanche. So the avalanche is how do you get traffic coming to this system? Because it's great to have a system, but you got to fuel that thing. And so we're going to cover some things here so that you could end what many people suffer from, which is a prospect drought. So they're just not in front of enough people And so because of that, I'm going to teach you my simple ad template. It's a formula that we use. And let me tell you something. I spend a lot of money on Facebook. Just last year, and now I think that this is way over 4.8 million. I think it's closer to 5.4 million already. I spend a lot of money on Facebook advertising. And so if you're frustrated and if you're feeling and resonating with what I'm saying, just understand that it's not your fault. Most people suffer from this. What I've identified, and I'm so excited about this, is I've identified a package, a solution in the science of seminars. And I want to give that to you in the most appropriate and best way that I can. And I want to make this very, very practical for you. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break. Okay. Now hold on a second. Everybody has a clear path to run on. Just give me a second. And so we're going to take a break. And here's what we're going to do. You're going to take a 15-minute break. And during that break, you're going to prepare for a breakout room we are going to do right after the break. And in that breakout room, we are going to do a scavenger hunt. And so what I want you to do is I want you, during the break, to go and find 3 things. You need to get something that makes people, you need to go and find, literally, hold on a second. You need to find some physical things to show in the breakout room. The first one is you got to find something in your house. I'm going to give you 15 minutes on the break to go and find something that makes people laugh. So I have this here for my grandkids, and I would say, this makes me laugh. When I think of this, can you imagine me teaching the whole class? I might just teach the rest of the class with this thing on. You got to find something that makes people laugh. You got to find something and show something that you're proud of. Like I'm really proud of this book I wrote for my son's wedding. My son Trevor got married, and I wrote a book called Being Married, the Manual. I wrote it, and I gave him all kinds of advice that he could use. Get her pregnant soon. Go the extra mile. Fail big. Hey, Deborah, see this? I'm a big proponent of failing. Fail big and fail often. Be bigger than that. Think big. Slow down. Love is paramount. Ask for help. I even have one in. Where do you see this one? Oh, yeah, look at this one. I'm so proud of this. Look at my advice to my son, who was a virgin when he got married. Look at this. You will not get all the sex you want. Deal with it, pal. Signed by every married man alive. So the second thing is you're gonna go find something to. Okay, see, I'm right on time. You're going to find something that makes people laugh. You're going to find something that makes people something that you're proud of, and then you're going to tell something. You're going to show something that people would not know about you. Like this, for example, is my bride. We celebrated 37 years of marriage this week, and yahoo! And what you don't know about? Maybe I don't think you do know. We met on a blind date. We met on Valentine's Day 1979. That's like 43 years ago. And we just celebrated 37 years of marriage. Okay, so those are 3 things. You're going to do the same. On this break, you're going to have 15 minutes. I need you to go and find some physical things to show to everybody, and you need to turn your video camera on if you can. Now, I saw Jim was driving somewhere, so don't
turn on your video camera if you're driving. But when you come back, I need you to have some visual things that people can do. And then we're going to put you in breakout rooms and you're going to get a chance to share about yourself to other people. I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. So that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, and I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up.
Come on, wake up, everybody, wake up.
When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost.
Dennis, they don't like us. Yeah, I know. Why?
Turn on your video. Come on, David. David, I know you're watching. You can get excited, David.
I tried carrying the weight of the world, but
Where's your wife? She'll kick your
I
ass.
get the chance to travel the world.
Look at Vincent, man. He's just grooving. All right, let's get this
I
going.
could stay forever young, not afraid to close my eyes.
Don't wake me up when it's over. Wake up right now. It's not over, man. I'm telling you. All right, so we now are. Whoops. We're going to go to breakout rooms, and so here's what's going to happen. You're going to be put into a Zoom room, a breakout room. Turn your cameras on, because other people are going to want to meet you and interact with you. There's some fabulous people in here. Let me just highlight a few of them that I know are here, because I see them. My friend David Tong is here. He's in there somewhere. I don't know where he is right now, but he's in here. He's the author of How Cash Works from Australia. A great guy with a big heart, but the dude knows about money. No, I didn't notice her yet. But my friend David's here. David McCammon. He is the author of this book called Image Power. And he is a great guy with a great wife and a great business and a big heart. And he's here, so you'll get a chance to network with him. I saw earlier, Renee is here from Florida, I think. And she, I can't see all the screens at the same time. So she's the author of Looking for a Full Ride on Scholarships. And so there's really cool people here. And I also mentioned earlier, Deb Vogel is here, her book on failing forward. And there's others, I'm sure. Hey, Renee, there you are. Renee, just wave. You see, she's the one. Look at here. Look at this lady. You could tell. Is it Florida you live? Okay, so that's why she's got the earring. She's got the Mickey Mouse earrings, but she's the author of this book, and she's always learning. And I'm so impressed by her. So we will go for a break. No, it's not a break. I want you to network. You're going to do 3 things. One thing that makes you laugh. You're going to show one thing you're proud of, and something that people don't know. So you're going to go to breakout rooms. Again, just give us a minute for this because the system has to divvy up the people into the rooms and all the rest of that. And then the timer will come on. You're going to be given some time. There's people who are our publishing consultants, people who work with us, will be leading the thing. Give everybody a chance to talk. Don't monopolize the thing, but make sure to talk and participate. All right, Hannah, go ahead and shift people over. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. We're just waiting for Jerry for just a few minutes. And in the meantime, just by giving us a wave, and if you've got these little things, you can use these too. How many of you really enjoyed the last breakout session? Go ahead and give me a wave. Yes, a thumbs up. Wasn't that, and see, that's something different that Jerry's doing. He's helping us to really explore and get to know each other. How many of you really like that? Raise your hand. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, so Jerry should be here shortly. I don't see him yet. Let's see.
Giuseppe, and if I may add, these exercises you guys can use for your own events, right? So not only that we're getting to know each other, but we're learning so many great things. We're socializing, we're networking. Again, use it for your own events. What Jerry does is very powerful and it works for him. It's gonna work for you as well. So sorry, Giuseppe, just my 3 cents.
That was actually, Anna, that was excellent. Thank you for that. Let's give Anna a round of applause. I don't know how many of you know Anna. I don't know if Jerry's introduced all of the publishing consultants yet. I don't think so, but Anna is a superstar. So I know in my group, I told everybody, if you have questions, anybody with the name PC in front of their name, that's somebody that you're welcome to privately chat. You can ask us questions. We're here for you. That's the whole reason why we're here. We're actually here to support Jerry. So, because Jerry can't see all of your questions in the chat. He's talking and he's teaching. So that's what we're here for. We want to make sure we're giving you as much support as you need. So reach out to anyone with the name PC, whoever you feel comfortable with, and we'll be happy to help you. Now back to Jerry.
All right. Turn on my microphone. Can you hear me okay? Awesome. All right, good. So let me go back and how did you enjoy that, guys? Was that good? Chatting like that? Does anybody have any, was there any breakthroughs in those rooms that anybody'd like to share, or things that really stood out? Because, you know, what Giuseppe just said is true. What I'm doing here, I'm going to ask you to do for your clients, and breakout rooms is a good thing. Any feedback does anybody want to give about that? Just you've got a wave like that if you want to say something, and I can unmute you quickly. Let me go with Anna. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you. I'm figuring this out as we go along. Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Let's unmute her and spotlight her for everybody. All right, so let me make sure you're still muted, Anna. 1 second, I can undo it somehow I can undo it. Okay, go ahead. So you need to unmute yourself now. Let's try that. You're still muted. Okay, 1 second. Anna, let me see if I can find Anna another way. Anna, nope. Deanna, that's why. Okay, so there we go. Now you have to unmute. Try and unmute now. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. All right.
Hey,
yes.
Jerry, how are you? So lovely to be in the room with you again.
Awesome. Best day of my life.
Perfect. All right, then. I was just in a challenge with Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, and Russell Brunson, and the whole package. And when we went to the VIP rooms, they openly shared how much they borrowed from each other. And it was so amazing to see that these top-notch guys are actually also copying and modeling each other. So it just makes so much sense that we do the same. And when you listen to these people, they allow you, they tell you, use it, because they want to go out there and help people like you, Jerry. So yeah, it's amazing. And you shouldn't think of it as stealing, because just make it into your own thing and go out there and do your thing with the best tools there is available.
I mean, just think, I mean, in the old days, you know, if we wanted to, we call it market research, or You know, if you wanted to see what Tony Robbins did, you had to go to his seminar and see what he did. Now you pay a few bucks and you can see everything, and you record everything, and you take the ideas and different things. So that's great. I'm glad you got that, and I'm glad to see you here as well.
Thank you.
Who else? Who else wants to share? Anybody? I'll have time for one more, maybe. Let me just see. I just need to go over here. Let's make sure we see everybody. 1 second. Anybody else? Are we good? Okay. Well, looks like we're good. All right. Well, then let's go here, and let's now start thinking about talking about the decide phase. And again, let me go here for a second. This is a critical thing for us to consider, right? Because what I am offering, or what I'm suggesting you need for help, I'm suggesting that same level of service is what you should be giving to your clients. And so your clients are all starting right here. They're wondering what to do. And all of us at some level are going to deliver something to our clients. And so our job here, well, let me just get rid of that. Our job is to make sure that we deliver something, right? There's a deliverable. What I'm suggesting is that you're going to get people to follow a path like this so that they could eventually get to that. Now, the reality is there's a lot to cover, and there's a smart place to start. Remember, I said to you that there's some of you are doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. For example, there are some of you who are working on funnels. Sorry. Open layers. Give me a second. I'll go back here. There are some of you that are working in your business right now here. But you haven't even figured out what the hell your superpower is yet. And so we have to make sure that we're doing the right thing at the right time. And that's really what we're going to cover now. We're going to start talking about your target population. And there are several worksheets in the workbook which are fairly self-explanatory, and that's why I'm not going to cover them here. For example, many of you have done this work. I'm thinking about page 52 right now of your workbook. Many of you have already done the work or done some work in regards to your T-pop when you were working on your book. Okay, so this is a worksheet we're not going to spend a lot of time on. Really what I want to do, same thing with this one, the needs, desires, and problems. Again, this is something that you have probably worked on a lot in your work for your book. Really what I wanted to do is get you to page 54. Go to page 54, and this is a deeper level analysis that you could do when it comes to now figuring out who are you going to sell to your speaking and courses and seminars. It's called the Fit Matrix, because I'm going to look at the financial stuff, the intent, and the timing. So when you're evaluating a prospect, like once you figure out who you're going after, these are the issues you really need to delve deep into. First of all, the financial. And all I want you to do is write down the market you're going after, like once you identify who the main people are, you've got to ask yourself some of these questions and put an X where you think they are on the continuum. So look under financial, for example. It says their ability to pay. Now this may seem, let me go back. This may seem rather odd on some levels, but really, I want to know this stuff. Like if you were working with us, we would get you to do this analysis to figure out, look at, you want to figure out, do the people that you're selling to, do they have money? Or at least you need to know that their ability to pay is weak or strong, so that you can, for instance, if you put an X under that, under low, then that would tell me that, okay, those people are going to need, when I craft the offer, they're going to need much more help with payment plans. The other one is authority to buy. Like, could they say yes? Like a lot of people, prospects, have the ability to say no, but they don't have the ability to say yes. I want to know that. What is the size of the market? Is the market growing or is it shrinking? That's a very interesting thing to ask yourself, because if you're going after a seminar, if you're going after teach a market, you want to know, is that market growing or declining? So if you're going after bookstore owners, bookstores are crashing right now. And so you want to ask yourself that. And so that's the first aspect of this. The next one is intent. So the people you're going after, do they have a felt need right now? That is, or do you have to, do they have a sense that they need what you're about to sell them, or do you have to convince them that they need to have those things? See, there's a big difference, right? Is there a big need for what? Is there a lot of people who suffer from what you're talking about? Is their intent, like what's driving their intention to buy? Is it fear? Is it financial? Is it career? And the last thing is, are they motivated to change? And then the last thing is the DBM, the dominant buying motive. Where here you're asking yourself, what is the number one reason these people buy? Like what, I mean, of course there's a lot of reasons people buy, but what is the main dominant buying motive? Like what's their motive? Do they want happiness? And again, most things fall under happiness, health, and wealth, right? So you need to know what is their dominant buying motive, but the more specific you can be, the better it's going to be. And the last thing is timing. So if you're looking at a particular demographic, are they already searching? Like most of you came to me because at some point you were interested in books. That's how we found you, thanks to Facebook. The next thing in terms of timing, and what I'm thinking about, is timing for them to buy what you sell. And so you want to look at, is there urgency for what they have? Like, is there a strong urgency or a low or high urgency to buy? Like, are they on, the people you're going after, do they have a high sense of urgency? Time to decision. So how long is it low or high time? Do they need a long time to decide, or could they make a quick decision? In terms of timing, do you have to spend a lot of time convincing them that they need the services? For example, right now, if you're dealing with the parent market, parents of young children, do you need to convince them to be creative and deal with stress because of COVID? Nope. It's a high urgency. The other one is, how eager are they to find answers? And then, do they have a compelling reason to buy? The last point here is just to, how many touch points do they need? So I want you to take page 54 now. And again, some of this stuff is going to drive you crazy because I'm giving you a small amount of time, just basically to whet your appetite and show you what you need to do in this area. And so I want to give you 15 minutes to do your first. And don't worry about this table. We're going to cover that when we come back. I want you to work on the fit matrix. So the financial, the intent, and the timing. And so you're going to take 15 minutes. Oh, and by the way, I didn't apologize because I instantly pushed the wrong button and some of you were mid-sentence and you came from the breakout rooms right back to me. I apologize. We fixed that little button in Zoom. So now we're going to give you a 1-minute warning. So I apologize. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes now. I want you to work on this page 54 as best you can. If you have questions, my suggestion is that when we come back after 15 minutes, I'll give you an opportunity to ask those questions in the chat. Okay? So take out that sheet now. I'm going to play some soft music. I'm going to give you 15 minutes. And I want you to really be as specific as you can. And if you don't have a target market yet and you're not really sure, whoop, in the chat, we've got a bunch of experts who are on our team, and their names all start with the letter PC, which stands for Publishing Consultant, and they'll be happy to help you. If you're not sure of anything, or if you've got questions as we go along, just type it in the chat. Otherwise, I'd like you to work on this for 15 minutes. Go. right. I think we got to get the energy going a little bit better in this room. So let's just pump things up a little bit for a minute. Maybe it's time for to stand up for a few minutes. Stand up, 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 up.
Just wrap your legs around these velvet rims and strap your hands across my engines. Together we could break this rock the world that we drop. Baby, we'll never go back. Oh, you walk with me all the while. 'Cause baby, I'm just a scared lonely ride, and I gotta know how it feels. I wanna know what's wild. Baby, we were going
Gina, get up! All right. Woo! Okay. Man, some of you are not getting up when I tell you to get up. My goodness. Okay, so again, I'm going through the different layers of how you identify good people to sell your product or service to. Now I want to go to, let me go to this for a second. And I want to talk for a minute about the top of page 54 because I think this may be interesting for some of you. This is a model that works anywhere. It's good for you if you're in sales of any kind, but it's really a simple way of quickly assessing people. Now, I've used this in years gone by to train salespeople how to identify how to relate with other people. For example, if somebody is numbers oriented, even though I'm a feelings kind of guy, if I adapt my presentation to match their preference, I'm going to sell more. It just makes sense, right? Same thing with communication. If somebody is very driven, and I'm also driven, we could have this. So what I'm about to share with you is a simple, simplified version of how you read people. And you'll be able to use this all over the place, but I'm asking you to think about this in terms of your demographic, because you may find that the people you're going after may be different than you, and if you adapt your style to match theirs, you may have some better luck with them. So just one sec. Can you still hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay. All right. So the fastest way to analyze somebody is to look at two simple things. So there is the first line, this vertical line. So this line here, sorry, one second. Let me go here. Okay, so go a little bit thicker here. Let's try this. I think that's the one. One second. Okay, second. Let's go like that. Okay, so there's two things you should look at when you're trying to assess somebody's personality. This axis here, open layers. That's why it's not right. So there's two things I'm looking for. So first thing I'm going to look on under this axis here is if I'm going to talk to somebody, are they more rational or are they more emotional? And so I want to find out, are they data driven? Are they numbers oriented? Or are they more feelings driven on a whole? Now, this doesn't apply to everybody. Sorry. It applies, not everybody you talk to is going to have one or the other, but you're asking yourself predominantly, if you're talking to accountants, well, you would probably say they're more rational than feelings oriented. If I was going to go after salespeople, I would say they're more emotional. And so you got to just generally, and so the easiest way to do that is to simply put an X where you think they are. And so here, this can also be called the emotional line. So if they are not very emotional, or they're very, very rational, I'm going to put an X somewhere on that line. If they're very, very emotional, I'll put an X there. Okay? So you've got to determine where your people. So the first thing I do when I talk with somebody is I'm saying, do they tend to be emotional or low, or do they tend to be very emotional or withholding of emotion at the top? Are they more logical or are they more emotional, feelings oriented? The next thing that I get people to do is to look at, I call it the influence scale. So this particular line here is the influence line. And what I mean by that is there are some people who are tend to be more follower types, and some that are more leader type. Just think, for instance, when you go into these breakout rooms, some people start talking right away. They're taking charge. They're leader driven. That's just the way they are. And then there's other people who sit back and listen and prefer to let other people lead. They move much slower. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't lead, or it just means their predominant preference is one or the other. And so what I do is I just ask you, on a whole, are the people you're talking to, do they tend to move fast or do they tend to move slow? And so now I do this on an individual basis. So if I was to meet you, for example, like I talked to author Diana a few minutes ago, right? And could you tell where I would place her based on, look at right away, I could see that she's highly emotive. How can I tell that? Well, people who are not emotive are very, tend to have smaller actions, not move around too much. How did she come into the room? Jerry, good to see you. Ah! What does that tell? She's not afraid to share emotion. Then I ask myself, does she look like she's going to move slower or faster? Like if you go back to this diagram, I would say that Deanna would be right over here. And so then what you do is you simply connect the two. That tells me that I'm dealing with Deanna. And so if I was trying to sell her something, I would move fast. Since I know she is a leader type, I would let her lead. I would share lots of emotion, lots of stories. She'll get bored really fast if I start talking too many figures. So again, it's not always the case, but I would test that. I'm just saying, on an average, I would quickly start to evaluate that and test those things as I move through the demographics. And so what I'm asking you to do on this page is to think of your whole demographic, your whole T-pop, and try and get a sense of where they might be. It may be applicable for you, it may not be. Again, the other question to ask yourself is ideally. Okay? Because you may very well have people all over the place. And so what you got to ask yourself is ideally. Now what I mean by that is if I was to go after people, who would I want to go after? I want to go after these people more. I don't want to go after these people as much.
It's 11 o'clock.
Now that doesn't mean that these people, that I wouldn't sell to these people. It just means that predominantly or ideally, I want to go after a certain type of person. All right. So that's the first thing. And then what you do is, well, let me go back. Then what you're going to do is on page, I think it's page 55. On page 55 is an opportunity for you to summarize. All right, so you're going to identify a specific group of people, and I'm telling you that the people you go after have to have money. It's great to want to help teenagers, but it's the parents that got the money. And even in that example, sometimes it's not the parents so much as the teachers association or counselors or therapists. You know, you always want to be thinking which group has the most money. Okay, so that's T-pop. So if we analyze that, now we come to this section, which is very exciting. And again, I'm going to move fast through this because some of you have worked on this in the past. But this is developing your superpower. And this is a critical thing for you to know and develop. And the tools that I have for you here will show you what is your superpower. Like, what are the things that make you unique? I remember when I was doing motivational speaking, one of my superpowers was I would just blow audiences out of the water because I would do radical things. Like I jumped up and down a ladder. I broke bricks in my talk. Some of you remember seeing my video of driving a motorcycle on the screen. I even wait till you see this. This guy here. Let me show you this guy. So I gotta tell you, one thing that I did is I see this guy here. This guy. I gotta tell you what I did to this one guy. So one day I was giving a speech, and I thought I'm gonna try something new. And so I was giving this conference. I was speaking at an MLM conference, and this guy. I was teaching about interrupting patterns. You know, like breaking the pattern of negative thinking. And so I said, does anybody here have a fear and they want me to cure it right now? And I'll do it if they're serious. And as I'm explaining what kind of a volunteer I'm looking for, this guy starts walking right up in front of 1,500, 2,000 people. He starts walking up right in front. And it was mind-blowing because I hadn't even asked yet, and yet he's coming right up. So I thought, okay, good, come on up. So I said, what's your problem? He says, well, my biggest fear is speaking in public. And I thought, what? Yet you chose to come up on stage and face. I was so impressed. I said, dude, this is going to go away right today. He said, really? I said, yes. I said, provided I have 100% cooperation from you. He said, you got it. I said, do I have your permission to do anything I want to help cure you? He said, yep. Anything. I said, you're serious, right? I can do anything. Second time. Yes. I said, no matter what I do, you're giving me permission to do any, because I'll help you. I'm telling you, this is going to go, you'll never have this again. He said, yes. I said, okay.
So now I want you to describe to me what happens internally when you think about giving a speech or speaking in public, what that generates this fear. And so as he's talking, as I'm talking to him, I'm holding a glass of water. And I said, tell me what happens internally when you have this fear. And I put my fingers in the water like this, and I go like this, right in his face. I said, oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just keep going. He just shakes it off, and I said, tell me more. Tell me more. I do it again, right in his face while he's talking. And I could see him he was getting tense. Look at the guy. He's a big guy. He's a long ponytails, a construction worker. And he said, please stop. I said, look, don't worry about it. Just keep going, keep going. And he does it again. Third time, poof, right in his face. And then he says to me, you're going to stop that, aren't you? Well, then I lose it. I said, what? You told me I could do anything. I have no problem with that fear. You do. You asked me for help. I didn't even, you came up here on your own. And I said, do you want my help or not? I asked you 3 times, can I do anything? And you said yes. I said, are you serious or you're not? Are you going to let me do whatever the hell I want? I can fix this for you, but you're not going to tell me how to do it. Do I have your permission? He said, yes. And I took the whole glass of water and I threw it right in his face. Don't try this. Well, the guy it just floored him. And so I had a towel there, and I gave him a towel, and I said, okay, now describe to me how you feel when you start feeling fear in speaking. And as he started to talk about it, he started to laugh. I said, no, keep going, keep going. He just threw water all over. And I said, just keep telling me. And so what I did is I rewired the guy's brain. Just like that on the spot. It changed the guy's life forever, man. And then just to really lock it in, because emotion locks it in, right? So that's why when I get you jumping up and down, when Tony gets you, boom, making noise, it's because we know that emotion sinks in and really creates neural pathways for learning. So I said to him in front of everybody, hey, to the audience, I said, what do you think about this guy? I mean, before I even asked for a volunteer, he faced his fear and he walked right up. And then they started applauding, right? And I could see that he was expanding. And so I said, just let's hear it for him, how impressed you are for this guy. And then, because I had seen all of the people in the front row, all of the, like the presidential guys in this MLM company, man, they were sitting on the edge of the seat. They could see this guy tensing up, and they thought he was gonna clock me. Well, by this point, I could see him. He was just soaking in the praise and acknowledgement from other people. I said, we're gonna do something. I said, I want everybody, like all of the presidential guys, and women in the front. I said, you're gonna make 2 rows, and you're down in the aisle, right? And you're gonna make 2 rows, and you're gonna face each other. And dude, you're gonna come here and you're gonna stand like this. This is called an angel walk. And so I said to him, you're gonna stand here like this, and you're gonna close your eyes. You're not gonna say a word. And I want you, our presidential people are gonna pull you slowly down this, in this row of people. And the presidentials, I told them, whisper something positive to acknowledge this guy and his strength. And so he closed his eyes, I put on some soft music, and we did this angel walk. It was like, there was 1,000 people, 1,500 people in this room, so it was a long thing. And they pulled him down. By the end, the guy was completely changed. His whole life changed. In fact, he reported to me through the person who brought him to that meeting that it completely altered his life. Why? Because he can never go back
to his old way. A mind once expanded could never shrink back to its same spot. And so when you're doing thinking about your offer, you need to know what your special sauce is. I'll tell you that. And so I want you to think a lot about that. And so I used props, I used drama, I used breaking. And so what is this thing called a superpower? Well, first of all, it's a superior ability that others have noticed and valued in you. It's something that you're passionate about, and you want to use it as much as possible. Like if you've all got some power, superpower, that you really love doing. Which is the third part of a superpower, is that it energizes you and those around you. Like, you may or may not believe this, but I've had like 2 hours sleep last night. But do I look like it? That was a question, everybody. I'm looking. Do I look like I'm tired? I'm not. This fires me up. So the third thing is to determine your superpower is what gives you energy. What do you like? You just want to do it every day and every night. And then the last thing is a superpower is something you're willing to invest a lot of time to get better at. There's a sense of never-ending improvement. You want to get good. You work on things. And so those are 3 things to help you think about your superpower. But another way of looking at it is success belongs to those who believe in the power of their ideas. And so when we think about becoming a speaker, you got to know what you have to offer. And so on page 58, I'm not going to talk a lot about this, but this will be helpful to you. You see, if you think of your superpower, there are certain things that, in terms of what you offer people, right? And what I'm referring to, just one sec. What I'm referring to is this here, you see? Your superpower is what you're going to use to deliver to your, let's go here. What you're going to use is your superpower to deliver whatever this is, which is the end game for your customers. And so if you look on what page is this now? Page 58, you're going to see that there's a calculator. And things you help people, if you think about it, think of your books, think of everything, you help increase something in people's lives, or you decrease something. A good way of looking at your superpower is, what do you increase in people's life and what do you decrease in their life? So you could help increase their energy. You could help increase their self-esteem. You could decrease fear. You could decrease depression. So you want to make a long list of all of the things and be specific now. To say you help people with fear is not good enough. You got what specific fear. And so what you're going to do is you're going to make a list of all of the things that you can help people increase and decrease. First thing. Then you're going to give some quantifiable measurement to that. Okay, so let me go back here. And so what you're going to do, hold on a second. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to give some time frame in terms of, so if you could decrease people's weight, how much? maybe you can decrease people's weight by, say, 30 pounds in 90 days. I'm looking around the room and I see some of you here, and you help people increase their fear. You increase their fear. Hopefully not. You increase their confidence. Now that's a hard thing to measure, right? So what you're going to do is you could say on a scale of 1 to 10, I can increase their confidence from 1 to 9 in 30 days. So what you're going to do is you're going to make a list of all the things you decrease and quantify it. Then you're going to make a list of all the things you increase and quantify those. Now, the real trick is up here. You're going to, after you list all of those things, you're going to find one specific core currency. That is, what's the most powerful thing? If you could only deliver one thing in all of that list, what's the one thing? That is your superpower. And so we're not going to take the time to do that now, because I want to give you some other tools that are in the toolbox. So if you go to page 59, you see on page 59 there additional questions to help you figure out what you do. And I would take the time and I would write out all of those things. Again, these are questions to help you focus on your superpower. Another tool that you might want to think about using is the riff topics. You know what a riff topic is? Okay, so let me look. Simon, I see you there, right? Simon, what do you teach on? Like, what's your book going to be about? Okay, try it again, Simon.
Yep, here I am. Good.
What do you teach?
What I'm going to put my book about is about teaching. Sorry.
Yep.
I've got a message on my screen. Sorry, I'll just get rid of that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. It's going to be called Rocket to Success, and it's going to be about teaching STEM to teenagers. Okay. Science, technology, engineering, and maths.
Okay, so watch this, guys. Watch this. Just give me a second. If I go here, just give me a second, because I want you to see, my friend. Let's go here, I think. Nope. 1 second. I just need to know where to go. Try that again. All right, there you go. There you go. Okay, so and if I go like this, there we go. We'll get you up there. Okay, so what I'm asking you here. Okay, so watch what happens when the riff topics, Simon. If I and are you dealing more with parents or with teenagers?
There's both, actually. I've got to get the teenagers engaged and involved in it, and I've got to basically send a message to the parents to say that this is the future and this is what's going to lead to success.
Okay, so now, Simon, I want you to imagine that you just come into a hotel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you meet me at the door, and I say to you, Simon, I got 500 friggin' parents in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't speak to them. The speaker didn't show up. I need you to go in there and start talking to them. What's one topic you would definitely speak to them about right now?
The power of engineering and how we have come away from engineering over the past, say, 30 or 40 years, and how we used to know a lot more about engineering back in, let's say 100 years ago than what we do now.
Okay, I like that. Give me another topic that you could riff about.
how we're advancing and that evolving technologies are coming from mechatronics and evolving artificial intelligence, and that we need to start training kids, get him through an engineering sort of course, supplemental to the school.
And you could talk about that right now, right? You could talk about that right now.
Yeah, probably.
So what this sheet does is it asks you just like 10 minutes, write down 6 topics that you could riff on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because what that does then is it tells me, look, without any preparation, this guy knows these 6 things, right? And so I would, on this sheet, I want you all to come up with 6 topics that if you had to, right now, you could start talking about without a lot of preparation. You're pumped about it, you know a fair amount about it, and that's what that sheet is. All right, thank you very much, pal.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so...
Keep yourself again.
Yep. So there, remove spotlight. And then I'm going to go back to gallery view, and I am going to go back here. So this is another tool that helps you. But this next one is really, really powerful. And some people here have done it, and let me tell you how it works. It's basically a tool to help you go deep. So you're going to ask yourself, why do you want to help people? So then you're going to write that down. And then you're going to ask a level down question all the time. So you're going to say, well, why is that important to you? And you're going to say blah, blah, blah. And then you say, well, why is that important to you? And I've done this myself. I've done it with other people. So I remember when I did it for the first time, I said I wanted to become a multimillionaire. So the second question is, why is that important? Because I don't want to be embarrassed because I can't afford stuff. Why is that important? Well, because I grew up and my parents couldn't provide the things, and I was embarrassed, and I had a sense of yearning all the time. Why is that important? Because I felt deprived my whole life. Why is that important? Because, you just keep going down and down and down. I mean, some of you, that's why I don't want to do it here. Some of you are going to you may need to see a therapist after this. But if you can get to the bottom level, for me, it boiled down to, I wanted to be a multimillionaire. So I had freedom, and I wouldn't be a prisoner, so that my father would approve of me. I did that exercise when I was in my 30s. My father had already been dead for 20 years at that point. And I was still subconsciously looking for his approval. So that's another tool for you. And so what you want to do in this whole arena is avoid the Me Too messaging that so many people have. I mean, everybody's a coach today. Everybody wants to be a speaker. You got to find some way to separate yourself in this sea of sameness. You've got to find what your biggest goal is, what is their primary frustration, get a metric and a timeline. So what do you help people do, and what can you help them do by a certain time frame? Okay, now this next sheet is the big one, and the one that you really got to understand. Let me show you this to you. So this is called, and I forget what page this is on. Can somebody tell me? I don't know what page it's on. But it's called the $1 Million Message. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to transfer what your client's biggest needs, desires, and problems are. And then you're going to fill in the box on the bottom. And I'm telling you, if you do this right, the whole thing is going to come into line for you. So let me share with you mine. My client's biggest needs: get the book published and funded and put an end to endless postponement. That's their need. Their biggest desire: make money helping others and do this full time. What is their biggest problem? They don't feel qualified. They're not super salespeople,
and they feel overwhelmed. Okay, this next part is what you're going to fill out. You're going to say, I help people who do you help? I help ACEs. I help women. I help children. I help caregivers. To what? To finally get their books published. So what is it that you help people do at the end of the day? So they can what? That's their why. They can make money helping others full time. How? They're going to do that by when? How are you going to do that? By showing them how and convincing them that they can do a book. What's the metric and timeline? Publish a quality book in 6 to 12 months. Then you're going to answer the sixth question, which is, without what? What do they hate? Without, in my case, needing any further qualifications, sales skills, or feeling overwhelmed. And so I want you to really highlight this sheet, because this sheet will tell people what your superpower is. Make sure you put an asterisk on this, and this is, I'm telling you, if you can get a hold of this, man, oh man, it's going to change everything. Let me share with you a few examples. I help aspiring real estate investors to acquire investment properties in 90 days so they can have financial independence without risking their personal cash or credit. You see how that is a very well-defined superpower? Here's another one. I help successful owners of commercial cleaning companies grow 50% in the next 12 months so they can keep getting paid without showing up to work. Here's another example. I help leadership development consultants triple their leads in 90 days to get more clients and generate more income without technical overwhelm. And so all of these then become statements of somebody's superpower. So I help smart life coaches get 2 to 5 times more leads every month so they can help more people make more money and spend more time doing what they love without taking more time away from their family. So this is a critical stage for you to develop. I'm telling you, most speakers, coaches, and trainers have no idea how to answer this question. So I'm telling you that if you're going to get benefit from the rest of this, before tomorrow morning, I would fill this out if I were you. All right. Next, just one more example. I help established and reputable see how it's very targeted, right? I help established and reputable tree surgeons and arborists. So he knows exactly who he's going for. Not newbies. He wants established and reputable tree surgeons and arborists. Increase their profits by 2 to 3 times in 90 days without changing their routine. So all of those types of things help you clarify what makes you unique. Well, we're going to take lunch in about 17 minutes. And so I want to now direct your thoughts to this roadmap, because I'm suggesting that if you want to get to the big money, you're going to create this kind of framework for your clients. If you want to just provide one little solution for people, that's okay, but you'll never get to the big money. If you want to get to the big money, you have to determine where people are and how you're going to help them get there. And you're going to follow a worksheet, and this worksheet will just easily help answer all of those questions for you. Because if people, if you're expecting people to make then I'm telling you that what you've got to do is you've got to provide a full solution. And you've got to give people a path to run on. And so again, just to reiterate how this works, there's a before and there's an after. Before they hire you and after they take all of your solutions. That's the first part. Then there are three major phases that you need to identify. I'm going to walk you through this in a minute. And in each phase, I want you to come up with 3 skills that they're going to need to accomplish this phase. And they're going to go down this path. And then once they go through this path, then they're going to go into number 2. And then you start on this side, and you're going to walk them through 3 more qualities or habits or skills that they need to accomplish this. And then they're going to move over to this side, and you're going to come up with a 3rd phase and 3 tools or techniques that they're going to need in order for them to be able to see this benefit. And so just think about this. Don't find customers for your products, find products for your customers. And so you need to go through the 3 steps. On page 65 is to and from. So what do people one second here. What do people need, or what do people suffer from right now? And that's what you put in the pains in the from. And remember, the from statement is this down here, right? Just give me a second. Let's go here. If you look at this, the from statement is this. You're going to take them from this to this. This is the to statement. So you've got to take people from someplace to someplace else. And so what I'm asking you to do in this sheet is really to identify what is the pain and the gain. So the more you can know about what pain these people are in and where you think you could take them, the easier it'll be for you once you start developing the rest of the steps. But it's this next one that is the real killer. Okay, so I didn't bring this one in. Okay, so again, you're going to develop a roadmap, because if you want to sell people, many of these boxes can become many of these boxes could become products for you. I mean, this is a product for me. I am teaching you my roadmap, so that's another product. I'm going to talk to you later about my system where we sell people all kinds of products. I'm going to, later on today, you're going to love this. Later on today, I'm going to try and sell you something. I'm going to literally try and sell you something. And then tomorrow, we're going to deconstruct. While I'm going to try and sell you something, many of you are going to buy it. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to show you what I did and why people bought it. And so you need to know what you're offering people, okay? So if we look back at this, again, you need to have this roadmap done for yourself. And so I want you to, you're going to work on this specifically as an assignment tonight, so that when you come here tomorrow, you will have this done in advance.
So let me just give you a quick example of what mine looks like, and then you'll have to come up with your own, and this will be easy to do. Remember I said there is A to Z. So there's a before and an after. See the green boxes? Then what you're going to do is you're going to just start working on it as one at a time. So in my case, this is what I have created for my publishing program. So I call it my Publish a Book and Grow Rich framework. You can use, and I suggest you do, you might want to use your book cover, your book title, and call it the framework. Now, you need to have 3 stages. And in each stage, these are sort of like, maybe you can envision these as milestones, right? What are the 3 major sections that if people are going to get this desire, what are the 3 main stages that they need to go through? And so you write those down first in the boxes, in the stages box. Then you start asking yourself, let me get out of here. You're going to ask yourself in terms of what is the topic that they need and what is the transformation that they're going to experience. So they're going to go from this to this. Like you see mine there, planet. So the topic is about primary objective. They're going to go from no confidence to laser focus. They're going to, and the second one, I'm going to talk about target population. So I'm going to talk about selling to everyone to only selling to a small group of people. And so this is a critical document that'll help you map out what transformation people will experience from you, and once they implement each one of the 9 steps. So there's 9 steps or 9 skills that will help you determine how you're going to help people. And here's mine for my Publish a Book and Grow Rich framework. You all went through this, or you're going through this now. But there's lots of examples in your workbook. So this is a guy who's doing how to become a rainmaker on LinkedIn. So are you noticing, look at, for instance, the 2 orange circles. Go from, and then to. Go from order taker to rainmaker. He's got 3 phases. You see the 3 phases? 1, 2, 3. Branding, building, and booming. So now you're going to talk about what people need as foundational principles in the first phase. Then you're going to say, well, once they identify that, what are the next 3 things that they need? And then if they're going to go into the final phase, what is the 3 things? And again, a lot of these are in your workbook already to help you think, and you'll notice similarities between almost all of them. Look at this one, the happiness prescription. So you go from the A to B, A from frustration to desires. It's the happiness prescription. So you get 6.5 hours back per week. So what are the 3 phases? Foundation, happiness, and self-love. That's the 3 things, let's say, or 3 milestones that this person talks about. And then you just, in each one of those, in order to accomplish that foundation, he's recommending these 3 steps, so these 3 skills. So a morning script, a happiness meter, and an envisioning the future. And then if you're going to experience happiness, you need to have be unstoppable. You got a map for balance, and you got to have winning conversations. You see how it is? And so you're going to create one of these for yourself and your business. Now you're going to do the best you can with what you have.
And so the reality is, just like a book concept, you're going to get it down, then you're going to get it right. It's something you always will be working on. But this is critical for you to determine where the money is and how you can make the big money. You got to know how you help people. You're going to take them from what to what. And what are the 3 phases or stages that they're going to go through? And if they climb through those stages, what are the things that they need to go every step along the way? That is your roadmap. And if you do that, man, everything's going to change for you. So, is this making sense? Yes? Okay, now what I need to do is I am going to open this up for questions. I have 6 minutes left. And what I want to do is, if you have any questions, I just want you to raise your hand, or because when we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break or dinner break or whatever. It's almost noon here. We're going to take about a 45-minute lunch break, and then we're going to come back for one more final hour after that. This is again we're going to start recapping, doing some and start thinking about the bottom of our roadmap. Does anybody have any questions to start off with? If you do have questions, you need to, one second, you need to turn your video camera on. And okay, so let's see. I see Inger. I'm going to unmute you, Inger, and let's spotlight.
Thank you, Jerry. I sent you my roadmap that I produced before. Is that good enough for this?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
Okay.
It probably will go to your coach. You are in our publishing consulting, our
mentorship
coaching, right?
Yeah, advanced coaching, yeah.
Okay, so your coach will answer that question. So again, okay. I haven't had a chance to look at that particular one yet, but
okay, but I just sent it to you via.
Oh, you sent it to me right now. Well, I'm busy. I'm a little busy.
Okay, I understand that. Okay,
all right.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Who else has a question? Anybody? Okay, I see Marky. Let me unmute you, Marky. You got to unmute yourself, and then let me see if I can spotlight you. All right, Marky, what's your question?
Hi, I have a question about the T-pop, about how can I find the funnel, you know, who I'm actually looking for in the first place.
Well, a good clue is that page I gave you with the fit matrix in it. You know, when you start thinking, what is it you do, Marky?
I am basically bringing people back to life, making from the couch to be normally motivated and exercising and working without actually saying that they are too busy.
And so how old is your T-pop?
25 to 45.
Okay, so I think one of the things is that sometimes people can complicate things too much, and they go, I mean, you've got a good target population there, people between 25. Is it more women than men, or both, or?
I think it's more men these days.
Okay.
But it's more men.
And then the more you know about their income level, how much do they typically, the people you want to sell to, how much do they typically make a year?
I think it's about 30,000 and more. 30,000 is like normal salary, average salary.
Okay, so where do you live?
London, Woking area.
Yeah, I would encourage you to go after people at least in the 50,000 range.
Okay.
You know, if you people who make 30,000, like I want to get you, Marky, to sell a £5,000 coaching program. So, you know, if you're asking people who make 30 to give you 5, that's a tough go. But people of 50 or above, 50 to 100, 60 to 100, 80 to 100, that would be a bigger market. And then don't think about it more. I mean, you can go through that, but that's a good market for you.
Make
Thank
sense?
you.
Okay.
Yep.
I got time for one more. Let me see. Anybody have a question? Okay, I see Alexander, who is a good friend of ours. Alexander, how are you? Okay, go ahead. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, doing pretty good. Thanks. My question is, what if we cannot provide some particular service that's on that path? So if we are good at providing, let's say, one of the phases, we can bring someone from one stage to another, but we can't do the whole thing. Shall we bring more people on board? What would be your advice?
Okay, so what I mean, the process is here. And that is, you're going to identify, what you're going to do is you're going to identify, just forget about what you deliver and who can do it and how much and all that. Just first thing is, you're going to identify what is the starting point for most people and where do you think you want to take them. Again, you may only provide a service like this, but they still need this. So you could teach them. This could be education. But this is the money maker for you. Do you see what I'm saying? Now they still need, okay, that's telling me it's time for lunch. So you've got to, at this stage, don't worry about that. What you're going to do is, don't worry about what you're going to sell. That's coming later. You see, right now we're dealing with a roadmap. Later this afternoon, tomorrow, we're going to talk about your ladder. Okay, so for right now, just ask yourself, what steps do people need to take to go from here to here? And it's easy if you identify 3 phases, and to accomplish this phase, and for many of you, this is foundational stuff. I think for you, for instance, because I know you well, and Alexander is one of our sponsors for some of our other events. You help people design online courses. So your prospects need to figure out who they're going after. They need to know what their superpower is. They need to have some form of roadmap for themselves, something that they deliver, like they got to outline their course. But then they need things to sell, and that's where you come in. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I recommend. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful, my friend. And we're going to go for lunch now. We are going to take, it's already midnight. It's getting quite late for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 30 minutes for lunch. Is that okay with everybody? If we take, hold on a second. If we take 30 minutes for lunch, because we're not leaving, give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. 30 minutes, is that enough? Okay, so I'm going to put a timer on. We're going to talk in 30 minutes. We'll come back, go and have some lunch, relax, get some fresh air maybe, and we'll come back from lunch, and we're going to start delving a little bit deeper and maybe review some stuff. And then I'm going to show you how to sell by trying to sell you. Oh, wait till you see what I've got planned for you. All right, see you in 30 minutes, guys. Show going. Everybody, can you hear me okay? Yes? All right. Turn your videos back on, everyone. Love to see your smiling faces. We are going to cover delivering it now. I'll just wait a second while people are still logging in. Let's have a little bit of music for a minute, get the energy up. Let's go with Born to Run. Woo!
All right, let's get everybody turning on their videos, getting excited. Okay. Well, we're going to bring this in for a bit of a landing, and we're going to go a little bit longer than we had anticipated because of the problem starting off. And I don't want to cheat you, and I'm going to do something very unique, I think, in some respects, and that is I am going to show you, sort of demonstrate to you a little bit of before we end today on something that may be of interest to you, but then something that will we're going to deconstruct tomorrow. Okay, so where are we at? So we talked about the need to find the right people to develop your superpower and create a roadmap. Now we move into the deliver phase, and what we want to talk about here is a ladder approach to income. And so if you look, for example, on the screen, you know, if you want to get to 100,000 in sales, and I don't know what your goals are, but I'm telling you that most of you, whoops, let me back up. I'm telling you that most of you, now not everybody, because you're at different levels, but most of you should be aiming to be in the, at the very minimum, a six-figure a month, sorry, a six-figure income level within 12 to 24 months. But many of you could easily be in the into 20 to 30,000 pounds within 12 months. It's not that difficult. I mean, just look at this. You know, in order to make 100,000 in sales, well, you got to sell 20,000 books, so there's no money there. If you sell $97 courses, you need 1,030 of them. But if you're selling something for 1,000, you only need 100. If you're selling something for 10,000, you only need 10. And 4 if you're selling masterminds. And I'm a big proponent of the fact that most of you are going too slow and you're aiming too low. And what I mean by that is you've got to change your thinking, guys. You're not thinking right. When it comes, let me just see here. When it comes to, what's going on here? What's going on? Tell me this thing's off again. Just give me a second. Okay, here I am. Okay, so let me tell you this story about this lovely lady and what I went through when my mentor told me this very interesting experience. So this lady, it's all crazy. This lady was, I put her in this book and she really wasn't using the book very well. And I ran into her fairly recently, and it reminded me of the story behind this book. And the story is quite interesting. So let me share it. One day I was going up to Sudbury, Ontario, and my mentor challenged me. He said, how much are you selling your product for? And what I would do is I would take this book, I would put 6 or 7 people, 6 people together in a book. They each contributed a chapter, And what I did is I repackaged the book with a different cover for each of the 6 people. So this lady got her picture on 1,000 copies, and everybody, the guts of the book stayed the same, but we printed different covers, and then she used these books, people used the books to promote their practice, their business, their real estate. So she was a real estate agent. She was the contributor chapter, and we had 6 people like that. It was going great, and I was selling them because I was selling each chapter for $3,000. So that was $18,000 worth of revenue. And so when my mentor asked me how much I was selling that for, I said $3,000. Well, you would have thought I slapped him in the face. He said, "What? $3,000? You got to be kidding me. That's way too low." And I thought, he said, "These people are real estate agents. Do you know how much money this lady makes every time she sells a new house? And you're giving her 1,000 books? You're stupid." I mean, he just raked me over the coals because I was charging $3,000. Then I said to him, you know, arrogantly and I don't know, angrily, "Well, what do you want me to do? Add 10,000? And he went, "Yes." And I went, "What?" He says, "You're charging too low. Stop selling based on what you can afford." You see, at that time, I couldn't afford 10,000 or 13,000. And so it's hard to sell something that, because you're focused on what, how much money you have instead of selling based on the value of what you sell. And he said, "By the way, you said to me, what do you want me to do? Raise my price to 13,000? Or I said to him, no, I said, "What do you want me to do? Add 10,000? You said add 10,000. I said, "You don't want me to sell this for 13,000 each, do you?" He goes like this. "Absolutely." Just like that. I said, "Well, how do I do that?" I mean, he said, "Just do it. It's worth it. Just go and sell it. Now stop fighting with me. Just friggin' do it." And I thought, oh my goodness. Well, I had a trip planned to meet with this lady's office, and I was going there, and now he wanted me just to add 10,000. Same offer, based on value. Okay, so here's what happened. So I go there, and I think I'm going to waste the whole trip because I had to do what my mentor said, because that's just the kind of relationship we had, and I was going to do it. So I thought, they're going to kick me out of here. So anyway, I'm doing the presentation. There's 5 women in the office, a RE/MAX office. And I'm giving the presentation, and they seem to be liking it. They get the idea that a book could be a good marketing tool. And this is in Sudbury. There's nobody else who's doing this. And they love the idea. And then she says, you know, she gets right down to it, and I know what's coming. I know. They want to know how much it's going to cost. And I'm panicking now. I can feel my blood pressure. And so I knew enough to do this. Early on in my sales career, somebody taught me this, and they said, if you're unsure about your price or you're nervous about saying your price, what you do is you just lean forward and you take a deep breath. And when you say it, when they ask you how much it is, you just lean forward, take a deep breath, and say, "That's the best part," and then blurt out the price. Well, I was fully expecting them to kick me out of the office. And so she says, so they said, "Well, how much is it?" And now I'm thinking, oh, I can't believe it. They're going to kick me out of this place. And so I just did what I was trained to do. I put my hands on the desk like that. I took a deep breath, and I said, "That's the best part. It's only 13,000. And you pay 50% now and 50% when I give you the books." and now fully expecting them to throw me out of the office, the first lady says, "Oh man, I thought it was going to be expensive." What? What? I just about had a friggin' heart attack. And then, so I didn't say anything, right? I'm just waiting. And the lady said this, "Oh my goodness, I'm in," just like that. And then she said, "I'm in too." And before you know it, bam, 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 all 5 of them said yes. Guys, I thought I was having a mental breakdown. I mean, I was beside myself. I couldn't believe it. And so I said to them, or no, one of them pipes up and says, "Hey, but you got 6 slots in that book, right?" I said, "Yes, and I have an appointment across the street with a lady from Century 21. They knew exactly who she was. And I said, "I think she'll take the last slot." They go like this, "No, you won't." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "There's no way we're going to do this with a Century 21 person." I said, "Well, I got to have 6. Hey, right there, she picks up the cell phone and she said, "Hold on a second," she says. And she gets her phone, puts it on speaker, and calls the broker. Her broker was in Bermuda on holidays. And she starts to explain to this broker that we're going to do a book called The Magic of Real Estate. And it's going to be all of us, and we're all in. We're all going to contribute a chapter. He's going to give us 1,000 books each with our pictures on our book. And then right away, I hear the broker say, "Well, how much is it?" Listen to this. The lady who was on the phone says to her, "That's the best part." She said, it's only 13,000, and look, I'll pay the deposit. You pay me when you come back. We'll have the whole book. She said, good, no problem. Okay, see you later. Well, man, oh man, I was jumping like a friggin' crazy man. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I went ballistic. Now, instead of having $18,000 worth of revenue, I just created $72,000 worth of revenue for the same service. Why? Because you start to sell based on the value of what you offer, not how much you can afford or what you think you can get. You got to really believe that today. And once you do, people, you'll start to get paid what you're worth. Most people today in speaking and training really don't know how to charge. And that's what I want you to do. So if we look again at my model, let me take you to this. Whoops, wrong model. This one. Okay, so let me show you this again. Let's go here. Oop. Okay, so to get to the big money, you got to understand my 4 ends. So you're going to do a front. Oops. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, so sorry guys, just one second. Gotta love technology. I love it. Okay. Okay, so this front end here is giving a webinar or a speech. And what you're going to do is you're going to do a webinar. You're going to do a webinar, and then that webinar, you're going to sell some sort of a back end. But what you need to do before you do any of that is you've got to settle the high end and low end. Whoops. I got to find out what the problem is here. You got to settle the high end and low end offer. And so what I want to do now is talk to you about the high end offer, because that's the first place you start, because you're all going to create a, if you look on page 72, and I know that there's been some problems with the workbook. I hope it's gotten itself solved now. But you're going to create a high-end offer, and this high-end offer at the very top is your high-end offer. So we've got some that go from anywhere. Our high-end offers are anywhere from, you know, 20, 30, 40, up to $250,000. We have programs, but we have a whole continuum of products. But what we have to do is start at the top and work backwards, because again, if you start creating events, this silly pen, once you start creating events, back-end events, you're going to, my suggestion is that you do the opposite of every other speaker. You see, every other speaker starts low and goes high. I say start high and go low, if you think in a lot of ways the way I presented to most of you. And so that's why I want you to see me try and sell a high-end product. I have one for today. I want you to see what that's like. And so you're not going to be shocked, I'm sure, when you figure out that I'm going to try and sell you something. I'm always, listen, let me just deal with this right now, okay? If Jerry Robert is speaking, Jerry Robert's going to try and sell you something. Now, you can have several kind of reactions to that. One is get mad and angry with me and say, why is the guy always trying to sell me stuff? If that's what you want, then if that's the way you want to act, then that's fine with me. It's not going to change me at all, but you're going to miss a big opportunity. I want to teach you how to sell high-end products. The best way for me to do that is to try and sell you a high-end product. And then you can see at least how it works. So I want to give you an opportunity to see one of my high-end products. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through it now. Now I need to be honest with you and get you to think about this for a second. So I'm going to talk to you now about a new product. And I want you to put on two hats, metaphorically speaking. Okay, I want you to put on two hats. First, I want you to put the hat on as a prospect, because what I'm going to offer you is something that could really change your life, and that is my Speak and Grow Rich coaching program. Now, it's crazy ass expensive. That doesn't matter. At this stage of the game, one hat is, I want you to keep a hat as if you would really consider buying this. So I want you to keep an open mind and see if this makes sense for you to act on. Then we're going to flip hats, and then I want you to think of this as watching an instructor, sort of the student hat. Because tomorrow we're going to deconstruct what I offered and then show you everything you could learn about how to make a big time offer, because I'm going to ask you to do the same when you sell your clients. And I'm going to recommend that you start at this spot, which is your high-end offer. Look at what Jennifer said. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at what Jennifer said here. Where did she go? Yeah. Look at, where's Jennifer? Jennifer, just wave to me. Man, you are some smart lady. Look at what she said. You can't sell a high-end product if you've not bought one yourself. You see, I think part of the reason why I'm so convincing, because I do this all the time. I mean, I've gone through it. I go through it myself all the time. And so I think that there is a great opportunity for you here to watch this and to learn. But again, I'm going to ask you now to just pay close attention to the next few minutes, because I'm going to really try and sell you something. As if sort of like maybe we've not met before. And I know some of you are already in our programs and so on. In fact, I want to introduce you to one guy who bought our big program earlier this week. So let me go to Vincent, and I just want to talk to him for a quick second. Let me go to participants. No, let me go here to Zoom. I'll stop this video. I'll go here. Let me go here rather. And there is my friend Vincent. So Vincent, I'm going to ask to unmute. And I want you to share, whoops, what happened there? Sorry, dude. And if I go like this, okay, you're there. And I'm here. How are you, Vincent?
How's it going? Good to see you, Jerry.
Well, folks, I'm going to talk to you about a high-end program right now that we have, but it's not the highest one we have. The highest one we have, this guy just bought this week. And he didn't even know I was going to ask him and put him on the spot. Other than a few minutes ago when our team said, you know, would you be willing to share your experience, Vincent, with the people in this room? So Vincent purchased our top consulting program that's $150,000, okay? Now I'm sharing that with you because I want you to listen, and we've not gone over these. So I'm curious to see, Vincent, why you did it, what was the motivation, and more importantly, what was the thinking process that you went through to make that kind of a decision? I mean, have you not heard? There's coronavirus out there, dude. But you still decided and you did this. So first of all, because now,
lost your mic, Jerry.
Okay, how about now?
Okay.
A lot of people who are listening, oh, I know what my batteries are going out. Oh, there we go. How's that? Can you hear me okay? Yep.
Yep, all good.
So a lot of people listening to us, Vincent, are they're going to consider what I'm about to talk to them about. Now it's a fraction of what you paid, but you still jumped up at the process. So why, given the current situation, why would you invest in $150,000 contract to work with me to help you in your speaking? Because you chose our top line speaking program, and you just met me like a month. Like, was it even been a month? Like you came to a challenge or something, right? You came to a free something?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit of what brought you here, and why would you choose to invest like that, Vincent?
There comes a time, I think, in my life that there is something you just have to do. There's no question. It goes beyond money or your situation. And I've done this before once in my life, and I literally had nothing, but everything in my core was just saying, do it. And so I sold my house, I sold my car, I booked a one-way ticket. And
To Berlin.
To Berlin. And I had nothing, no friends, no apartment, no job. But here's the thing, if I've been working too, and I've been reading those books, which led me to you, that Facebook ad shot up and it's like, well, I have a book writing, a book ready, but how am I going to do it? And your ad just popped up and I'm like, this is the guy. And it's something in my just put everything into this guy. I don't know you, but there's a feel to it. I cannot describe it. If you're talking about emotional investing, like I'm way down at that emotional state. Rational thought doesn't come into this.
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah.
So what were you, just tell people what you do for a living and what, remember we talked, and we haven't even started working together yet. I mean, you just signed up this week and what's today? Tuesday. So was it on Friday or something like that? So tell people what you do for a living and remember the magic wand question, which is what are you looking to get out of this? Tell us a little bit about those two things. So what you do and what you're hoping to get out of this.
Well, I used to be an electrical engineer, which made me quit that job and pursue conducting. And I was a conductor overseas in Berlin and France and the US. And then the whole life situation turned around and then made me search of this question, what is life about? I made the money, now I got the job, and still something was missing. I went on a spiritual search, lived in a temple in Japan with a monk, and then it hit me and said, okay, this is what you have to do. You have to help people. You have to help transform them and heal them. So then I came back and I did a psychotherapy course.
You're not looking at my monk impression.
I can't see you. You're so
tight. You can't.
I can see you now. I can see you now. Yeah.
I'm trying to be funny here, dude. This is my monk impression. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. So now I'm a psychotherapist. I'm doing that work, but then there was this flatline, and I went in a deeper search because another life change happened, and it's something like I wanted to start a company that I can reach many, many more people. If I'm doing one-on-one, if I do 50 clients a week, that's 50 people.
Yeah.
So I want to be able to scale my business so I can reach millions of people all over the world. And
why, I know you said the rational part was not a major factor, but tell me what was the, like, why would you want to choose me? I mean, there's got to be some reasoning that said to you, man, this guy can help. What was it?
I think because of your experience, what you've gone through and your track record and what you are able to offer. And I believe, yeah, I can do this because, yeah, you're not guaranteeing, this is what you're going to get, but I know my track record that if I have somebody there to help me do it, I will do it. Yeah. So it just felt like the right fit for me to invest in. And yeah.
So you did invest, and I don't care who you are, 150 grand's a lot of money, man. And again, what I'm going to offer these people in a few minutes is nowhere near that. It's a fraction of it. But still, the process for some people is going to be it might as well be 100,000. It's a big deal. And is there a process that you went through to overcome fear or doubt, or was there any mechanism? What was going on?
There was a lot of that, and I think through reading the book, Napoleon Hill, and studying all these other mentors too, that you have to believe in what you're doing. If I had doubt, and I don't, to be honest, I don't have $150,000 in my career. I had to find it, but because I wanted this, I'm borrowing, I'm doing this, but I'm that invested in it. Yeah. So when I ask people, they're like, "You are crazy. How do you know this?" But it's all fear. So I understand that. Mm-hmm. But because of what I've done in the past, if I believe in something and if I'm putting everything on the line, I will do it. And if I have somebody there who's done that before, telling me, helping me how to do it.
And I think that those two things, you know, you understanding your why, that you want to affect millions of people, and you realize that if you get a mentor, they can shave decades into days, man. And so I'm thrilled that you're doing that. So, well, I want to thank you. Everybody else, let's make sure to thank Vincent for doing this. He's been here all weekend. He's been helping. He's been sharing his ideas. Let me now go through my slides as fast as I can. Again, if you got questions, you can ask them in the chat later. But I want you to pay close attention to what I'm going to cover now. Because I do believe that you'll never see an offer quite like this, and this is something that really may be really up your alley. Okay, so let me just go. Give me a quick second here. I just need to go and turn something else on. All these things that I've got going on. So this program, again, is not for everybody, for sure. And many of you are not going to be able to swing this. But still, if I was to retail this, this could easily be, if you look at my income level, this could easily be a $20,000 program. Now, I've personally paid many, many times that to learn it. And just so you understand, one of the principles I'm going to teach you tomorrow is that when you sell something, you need to build it so that internally you feel like people are getting 10 times what the value is. And so if I'm somewhat convincing, it's because I actually believe it's worth 200,000. Okay. So having said that, let me just show you that I know, that I know what I'm talking about. I mean, a few events for me in the last year, just 5 events brought over $5.2 million, just 5 events. And it's not something I did 20 years ago. It's something I do all the time. Now, I'm not saying you're going to make $5 million, but I do guarantee this. We're going to shave decades into days. And I know some of you are wondering, you know, is this going to work for me? I'm new at this. Well, you're not going to make millions in the first friggin' year, but you can definitely significantly increase your income. I mean, I told you when I sold those book ideas, I went from 18,000 revenue to 72,000. That's how I started to make every month what I used to make every year. I changed significantly my pricing structure. So if you're new, this will definitely work for you. But again, what I'm going to talk to you about is not stuff you're going to find anywhere on the internet, partly because there are so few people who make the kind of money I make through speaking and seminars. I'm one of the top 20 highest paid speakers in the world, and I'm going to really work with you to help find a perfect audience that will allow you to have more money, craft and work your message. Now, today I'm giving you as many ideas as I can, and I hope it's been helpful for you already. But the reality is, this is a done with you program. So I can just barely scratch the surface on all of the things I want to talk to you about. If you join this program, you will get a working relationship with us on how to do this and go a lot deeper than we have time to do it here. So we're going to package your knowledge. We're going to create and launch your lead magnets, which is what we're going to talk about tomorrow. I'm going to work with you to convert those leads and build trust with people. Because at the end of the day, what most of you are good at what you do, but the sales and marketing function is the problem. And so you're going to have one of these visual paths for your customers so that if you look at everything that I'm going to offer you now, it could easily be in the $20,000, $30,000 range. And you'll see why in a minute. Layla Khan, one of our people who had been through this training, look at this. She had 10 people show up and 5 people signed up in one event for 6,200 pounds. She sent me this like within a day about a week after the training. And she had still 2 offers on the table, one of them that came through. And so it doesn't take you too long to start working at this, but you've got to have the right attitude. Again, this is not for rookies. I mean, this is not for people who want to have a hobby at speaking. It's for people who want a business of speaking. Okay, let me tell you what you get in this program. Now, right away, I need to tell you that the first thing you get is you get our do-it-yourself publishing toolkit. Now, right away, many of you say, hey, I already have that. Yep, you do. I know that. But some of you don't. And if you don't have that, you're going to get access to that. And our team will be able to answer lots of questions around that. Those of you who already have access to that, hey, guess what? If you already have it, we're going to exchange the do-it-yourself toolkit for coaching sessions to help you work through this program and work on your group, on your online course and your webinars and your front end and all this sort of stuff by giving you 2 group sessions and one one-on-one session with our publishing consultants. And it's basically in place of the do-it-yourself toolkit for those of you who already have that. Okay, so the first thing is $2,000 worth of coaching right off the bat. Then you will have access to this 2-day live recording. Now, the other thing that I'm going to do is I will likely do this class again at some point in the new year. Anybody who signs up for this Speak and Grow Rich Consulting will be invited back into the live. But for now, you will get the recording of this particular 2-day live experience. Next, we will provide you with a one-on-one coaching session, and that is really a session where you're working closely with our coaches on how to get the most out of this and really provide a foundation for a quick start. Now, since most of you are in various products we have,
it's 1 o'clock.
Around the Publish a Book and Grow Rich product line, this is all about speaking and growing rich. So if you choose this option, you will get to come to a webinar accelerator course. That's where I'm going to teach you about how to do webinars, what to teach, like what content will work, how to teach it. So what's the technology around all of this? And how do you sell it? That is on December 11th. Okay, so it's just a couple of months away. You'll have lots of work to do before that, I'll tell you. Then, now, this next thing is an add-on, okay? So it's an extra day, and it's not included in the price. If you want this, it'll be an extra $2,500. I put it in here because I'm doing this the day after the webinar accelerator program. And again, one is on how to do webinars, and the other one is on how to do online courses. That will be on December 12th. It'll be a full day program. Next, as many of you know, or maybe some of you don't know, actually, there are probably a bunch of people who don't know. We've got a bunch of people who may not be aware of our swag box concept. Let me just, for those of you who don't know, we've been offering people these swag boxes because of COVID. Because of COVID, we're looking for incentives, and this has been a game changer for us. I'm going to do an online virtual event where I'm going to talk to you about this. I'm going to show you how you get these, what you need to have in it. And for those of you who aren't aware, you get, I mean, there's books in here. There is gifts from some of our sponsors who are here, like Alexander and others, mouse pads, there's candy, there's mugs that you get, a hat. There's all kinds of other material. I won't go through the whole thing now, but one of the things we're finding is that these swag boxes are going to be incredible. And so we will do an online event probably in November. We haven't set the date yet, but what to include in your swag box, like some resources that'll help you, and I'm going to show you how to get other people to pay for everything. Did you hear me? I'm going to show you how to get sponsors to pay for it. Again, if you're serious about this, this is great. Now, the next thing is you need a logo. If you're going to charge high prices, you need to have a logo, and we will design a logo once we determine what your high-end offer is going to be. Then, listen to this. I am, pretty famous by having opened for Tony Robbins all over the world. And so what I'm doing is offering you a complete training around my Tony Robbins speech. This is, I'm telling you, I'm so happy, I'm so proud of this. I was speaking here in Portland, Oregon, in front of 10,000 people right before Tony. And you see me interact with Tony, you see me interact with the audience. And guess what? There's 3 sections. This is the video of the talk. These are the slides that go along with it. These are my comments. So I go through and deconstruct my entire talk point by point by point. I'm telling you what the purpose of that slide is, and I'm giving you comments on every bit of the thing. And the amount of stuff that I have pulled out of that will blow your mind. And so you are going to have to do a similar type talk, a front end talk. I'm going to show you exactly why I do what I did, how I do it, how I constructed my son. And then most importantly, I walk you through every step of my close. Because you can be a great speaker, man, but if you can't sell, it isn't worth shit. And so I walk you through the entire thing. Now, we do have some action bonuses, and if you purchase this during today or tomorrow, I'll give you several additional bonuses. One is I'm going to give you a digital swipe file. These are phenomenal. So let me show you some things. You see there, this is let me back up. This is an online course, a speaking course. Look at all the things in there. If you bomb, how to do a Q&A, everything from introductions to what to wear, dealing with audiences, getting your audience involved, dealing with nerves, crafting a speech. Then I'm going to give you a bunch of slides, actual slides that you're going to receive on how to do webinars. And I'm going to walk you through, whoops, let me pause this for a second. How to do slides on webinar, on front ends. There's PDFs on all kinds of things, videos. I've got spreadsheets. You get absolutely the entire thing. And I said it's priceless because this is my private file, man. This is what I go to when I'm working on a new program. Okay, so you get all of that. If you purchase during this 2 days. Next, you are not going to believe this, but I will do a debrief of one of your webinars and take you to the next level. And what I'm going to do here is once you do a webinar, you're going to record that, you're going to send it to me, and I'm going to walk you through that step by step by step. And let me tell you something. I don't know a lot about a lot of things, but I know a lot about this. And I'm not sure if we have anybody here that I've done this for. Anita, have I done this for you yet? Okay. Josevi, maybe you could speak to this for a quick second, Josevi. Talk to people for a minute, because I coach you a lot. Talk to the people about my ability to get to the point and be honest with you. And you be honest with the people who are here, because sometimes I'm not the nicest guy in town, but just the level of coaching, because you've been in business for years.
Yeah.
And you know, you've seen the power of having a coach. And so what do you think about my ability to coach you people in terms of evaluating their speeches?
Okay, so first of all, I want to say to everyone, Jerry is smart. That's the first thing. And the thing that I appreciate the most about Jerry, so Jerry's area of expertise is he's a publisher, right? And he can teach you how to build the business around the book. So you use your book as a tool to help you to increase your business. And the thing about Jerry is that he doesn't just teach you one way. Because he's so smart, he's a constant learner. So he stays on top of the game, so that every time there's something new that's available, that's out there, Jerry's one of the first people to learn about it, because he stays on top of the learning curve. He's like one of these constant learners, and he disseminates that information to all of us. So not just us as in the publishing consultants, but also to clients. So he's constantly coming up with new programs, new products that will help to give you all, or even if you're part of the program, he'll give you something that will help you so that you can make money faster. One of my favorite sayings of Jerry's is that he's going to show you the fastest path to the biggest cash. Okay. I love that saying.
So now, tell them, give them some examples of the level of detail that I like. She would, Josebi would open for me in different parts of the world, maybe for 15 or 20 minutes. How much information do you get, and what level, and what?
Okay. So Jerry sits there, he watches you, and then he literally takes notes. And so for maybe 5-10 minute speech, I'll have 3 to 4 pages of notes. Not only will, and he'll specifically say, on this, you need to be doing it this way. And then he'll explain why. So it's not just do what I say.
You give them one example of something that you would never have thought of yourself.
There's a lot. There's a lot of them. Probably one of the things that I think I learned the most from Jerry is energy. Is because there's a such thing as the room has an energy, and the speaker controls the energy, but it's reciprocal. So you get the energy from the crowd, but you're also giving the energy to the crowd. So I'm the type of person, I have one of these voices where I can put people to sleep. And so I learned from Jerry how not to do that, because he would tell me, and I was like, well, I don't know what to do. Like, how do I increase energy? And so he gave me specific points to say, this is how you do it. And then he'll take your speech and he'll actually give you a number 1 to 10. Like, you rarely get over a 6. Because Jerry is just really hard on you. He wants you to be the best.
I'm going to tell you the truth too. I mean,
absolutely.
She's now at the 9 or 10 level almost all the time. But I mean, there's been times when she's just completely bombed.
Yeah.
She got distracted by somebody in the room, and it pulled her energy out, and we noticed it. So thanks very much, by the way, Miss. So I got to keep going because we're just about done for today. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. So let me keep going. I'm going to provide a debrief of your event, and this is, you send that to me, and we send you a video where I will go through and critique it that way. Next, the third bonus is you'll receive focus builder system. Now, this is a way for you to get focused no matter what your goals are. And so this is a comprehensive program where you'll meet with me every quarter for 3 hours. And we're going to plan out your next 90 days. You'll meet with our team every month for 1 hour to course correct. You're going to meet every week, or sorry, you're going to receive every week from Lisa and her team a webinar from a productivity expert. And the whole thing is already done. The idea is to move you from being scattered to being focused. We're going to know exactly what you have to do every 3 months. You're going to meet with me. We're going to look back at what you did and didn't do. We're going to look forward and make sure that you stay on track. And the whole thing's all done. We're relaunching this, I believe, in October or November. And I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind. With those 3 bonuses, okay, with these 3 bonuses, you get to pick one. So you're going to have to decide if you choose today which bonus you want to take. I'm going to allow you to pick one of those quick action bonuses. So the whole thing is designed so you can stop wasting time and speed up your growth. Some of you may know this guy, for example. Peng Joon is one of the hottest speakers on the planet right now. I can see some of you know who he is. I mean, he opens for Richard Branson. When he needed a book done, he hired me. And now he's one of the rising stars on the internet. He's just crushing it. So you've got to ask yourself, again, this is a business investment. Are you going to keep doing what you're doing now, or do you want a path to run on? I told you that I could sell this easily for $20,000, $30,000. I'm not. I am going to do a founders group special because this is the first time I offer this in this configuration, okay? Because I understand everybody who's in our existing program bought our other programs. And so I know some of you can't do this because you're paying off the other one. But the reality is, when you see these bonuses, you may rethink it. One of them is I told you that the developing an online course program is an additional $2,500. That's going to be on December 12th. I've decided that if you purchase this today, that will be free. So you can come to the online course as well for free. The other thing that I'm going to do, and it's just because my team said that we really want, I mean, you guys have bought almost everything I've sold right already. So they said, why don't we give them not just one bonus, let's give them the whole thing. So you'll be able to get, you get both. You don't get both, you get all 3 of them. All 3 bonuses you'll receive if you purchase today or tomorrow, okay? So now, how much am I going to charge for this? Are you ready? Okay, you're taking a deep breath now, everybody. Let me just see. Everybody still good? Do you still love me? I don't see you. Hey, come on. I gotta send some love here before we go on. Are you okay? Is everybody still good? You understand why I'm doing this, right? I'm doing this because I want to show you how to sell, but I want some of you to step up and do this for yourselves, okay? So everybody good? I see Deanna just making funny eyes. She's all eyes. Mike is ready. Everybody, Aina, I see Kim, I see Claudia, all you guys. Okay, are you ready for the price? Take a deep breath. Yikes. So it's not 20,000, okay? I'm gonna give a major cash discount. If you wanna get everything that I mentioned, it's $9,998 US. Now you can pay in one payment, you can pay it in 3 payments, or you can pay it in 12 as low as $791 after you pay a deposit. So let me show you that we have a payment plan and we got a full pay plan. If you choose the full pay plan, $99.98 US dollars, you will also receive a complete webinar customization. So when you do a webinar, you will receive from us a PowerPoint or a keynote presentation with all of your slots. It's basically fill in the blanks, man. Your whole webinar will be done exactly the way I do it. And we're going to give that to you so that you can get started like next week or the week after doing webinars, okay? That's if you're able to pay in one payment. In addition to that, we are going to give you a complete webinar funnel. Now, we will help, because you're going to do webinars, that's where you're going to make most of your money. We're going to help you with creating a registration page, and look how nice they are. I mean, they're incredible. We know they work. A webinar confirmation page. You're going to receive an indoctrination page. You're going to receive a webinar replay room. All of that, the funnel for people to sign up, register, and move down your buying cycle will all be done for you. I mean, there's a few system requirements that you're going to need, but I'm telling you, we're going to take the guesswork out of the whole thing. And so if we were to price all this individually, we're not going to do this, but this is over $40,000 if you wanted to price each one of those things individually. But I know you, and I know what most of you are going through right now. And so because of that, we're looking to not, of course, sell it for that price. We want you in this. And I wondered, you know, what if I gave people a 70% discount? 70% discount. Even at 17,000, this would be a friggin' deal. Now just think about that. If you give speeches, if you give seminars, and you can make $10,000, $20,000 a speech, a seminar, and tomorrow you're going to see some numbers that I do on an ongoing basis, and other people here do. 17,000 is not unreasonable. However, I'm not doing it for 17,000. It's 9,998 US dollars. Now we even have several different ways in which you can pay for it. You can pay it one pay, 3 payments of 366, or you can pay 12 payments of 791. Now you have to pay a 1998 deposit, but we can spread the payments $791 a month for 12 months after the deposit. And with every one of those, we have some bonuses. So of course, we're going to give everybody a copy of Millionaire Mindset. But if you choose 3 payments, you will receive a speaking course where you're going to get all of the things related to the technical side of speaking. I'm going to do an event. No, I can't. Can I show you? I guess I can't show you this, but it's a big deal figuring this whole thing out. And I have gone ballistic in the last 6 months trying to figure out everything to do with how to make these webinars work. And it's far from perfect, but I'm going to do a studio setup event. Probably not going to be for another month or two because I still need to work things out. I'm testing different software programs and different methodologies, and being able to go like this, for example, and share with people, my online studio, to be able to, present all kinds of videos and things like that. I'm going to do a studio setup session, and you'll be invited to come to that if you choose the one pay option. If you choose the one pay option, you'll also receive the Deconstruct, the Tony Robbins Deconstruct. And get this, once your webinar is done and before you launch it, if you choose the one pay option, you are going to have a one-on-one session with Josevi. So she runs our are on our speakers roundtable, our $150,000 program. And so you're going to have a one-on-one with her before your thing launches. And I'm telling you, just one session with her will change the whole thing for you. So you will fall into 3 categories. As I always mention, you might say, nope, it's not for me. Can't afford it. I'm not ready, whatever. That's okay. I get it. You might say, maybe. And if you are, if you're a maybe, there's 2 things that I'd suggest you do. One is, and this is the most important thing I would do if I were you, if you think that maybe this is for you and you've got questions, you stick around, because we're going to be done now. You stick around and get your questions answered by our staff. And then they'll show you how to get activated and whether it makes sense for you or not. I mean, we're talking about $10,000 here. We're talking about, you know, I mean, if you sold a $3,000 coaching program, I'm going to show you more about that tomorrow. $3,000 coaching program, you sell 3 of them, you're done. So again, you got to ask yourself, when? If not now, when? And so if you got questions, my suggestion, you answer them in the chat. Otherwise, you go to this URL, tiny URL, application 888, and then fill out the application, and then one of our team members will contact you. And tomorrow, they'll pull you in a breakout room and sort of just have a conversation with you. It's not for everybody, I get it. But maybe you're ready. There's lots of people here. And if you are ready, this is the website to go to. And if you're ready to get started, tiny URL, SOS, offer 2. Chris or Hannah, let's just make sure that's the correct URL because I know that they were working on it when I started, and I just want to make sure that it didn't change. Tiny URL. Again, folks, I don't want to make light of this, but I do know this, that some of you have to realize that there's a lot of money around what you're doing. And you can see this as a sales pitch, or you can see this as a declaration of emancipation, man. You can see this as the thing that'll make a complete difference in your life. It's why Vincent did this. It's why Anita, who's here, did this. It's why so many of the other people, and I can't even see them all now, they're in the chat, but people who've done this have stepped up to this level. It's because you need to change. And so I want you to watch a short video. It's just a few minutes. And it's about the biggest expense. Now, this guy, Myron, a friend of mine, he made this presentation. It's probably 4 or 5 minutes, but I really want you to pay attention. This makes so much sense. It's going to help you determine whether it makes sense for you to do this or not, because I know it's a lot of money, and I'm not making light of that. It's a lot of money. And most of you have invested a ton of money with me already. But you're not investing it in me, you're investing it in yourself. And if I'm right, if I am right, and I am right, that you could be making 6 and 7 figures as a speaker, trainer, influencer, an instructor, if I'm right, there's a major cost in not doing it. I want you to just sit back for a second. I want you to get very comfortable. I want you to relax and listen to this guy. He is going to blow your mind if you're open to it. And I hope you are. Listen to my friend Byron.
Unfortunately, in the educational system, we never learn the most important math. You know what I mean? We learn how to do decimals and fractions and algebra. How many of you have used algebra in your adult life? Okay, a couple of you, right? How many of you don't use algebra in your adult life at all? Exactly. But you had to learn it. Why didn't they teach us the rule of 72 in school, in high school, in elementary school? We could have understood it in the 5th grade, but why didn't they teach us the rule of 72? Because the objective of education is not learning. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. So I'm going to ask you a question. I want everybody to get a pen and paper out. I want you to write down the answer to this question I'm about to ask you. Everybody ready? Say I'm ready. Okay. So write it down. Here's the question. I want you to write down your answer. Right now,
You
in
do
your
this.
life,
You do this.
what are the 2 most expensive things you pay for? I want you to write them down. Oh, don't put 10 things on the list. Don't put 80 things on the list. 2. How many? 2. Talk to me, y'all. How many? 2. 2. Put 2 things on the list. Y'all got them? Okay. How many had your house on there? Okay, I figured it'd be a couple of you. How many of you have your car on there? Student loans? Okay, this is my favorite. How many of y'all have children on there? Okay, I do that. Okay, so none of those are your biggest expenses. I'm going to tell you what your 2 biggest expenses are. Everybody ready? So your 2 biggest expenses are. Okay, I'm gonna cheat, Russell. I'm going to tell them number 2 first. The second biggest expense you have in your life is taxes. You say, the taxes aren't that bad. Oh yeah, they are. So if you're a W-2 wage earner, you're paying 51% of every dollar you make in taxes. Because I want you to think about it. That's $5. That's 51 cents out of every dollar. It's $5, 10 cents out of every $10. It's $51 out of every $100. That's $5,100. That's $510 every 1,000, $5,100 every 10,000, $51,000 every 100,000. That's $510,000 out of every $1 million you make. You're giving to the government. Say no, I'm in a 22% tax bracket. See, but that's why it's a sneak attack. See, they tax you when you earn it. That's called what? Income tax. They tax you when you buy something. That's called what? Sales tax. So you didn't even know you just got double taxed on the same money. They tax you if you sell the thing for more than you bought it for. That's called capital gains tax. They tax you while you own it. That's called property tax. And God forbid that you should die, because they're really going to tax you there. Right? So you're paying 51% in taxes. So how many of you would like to reduce the amount you pay in taxes, or at least have a bigger 49% left over? Say yes. Okay, that's why you deserve to get it to $10 million. Now I'm going to tell you your biggest expense. But before I do, I want to ask a question. Is there anybody in the audience that can bake a chocolate cake? Okay, ma'am, what is your name? What is it? Jody? Jodine. Hey, Jodine, how are you? I'm better now that you're talking to me. This is so cool. Okay, anyway, Jodine, let me ask you a question. Are your chocolate cakes good? They're really good, huh? Oh, snap. This is going to be great. So your chocolate cakes are good. Do you believe that you could teach me to bake a chocolate cake? Okay, so yes? Okay. So does it make sense to everybody in this room that one intelligent person can teach another intelligent person something they know how to do? If that makes sense to you, shout yes. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure I was in the right room. How many of y'all would agree that you're intelligent? Say yes. Okay, how many of y'all would agree that Russell's intelligent? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what your biggest expense is. The biggest expense in your life is ignorance about how to make $10 million. No, let's don't laugh at this one. I mean, it may sound funny, but it's really not funny. It's like, this is time to come get your family and take them to safety. Y'all ready? I want you to write down, I want everybody to write down on your sheet of paper how much money you made last year. Whatever the number is, I don't care what it is. Let's assume that you're a relatively high income earner in the United States of America, and let's say last year you made $80,000, right? So you made $80,000, and let's say that for some reason you're not as good as the other people and all the other stories you tell yourself, and let's say, I don't know, you don't have as much time, and let's say Russell can't get you 10 million. Let's say he can only get 10% that far, and you get to $1 million, right? So if Russell can only get you to $1 million, what we're going to do is we're going to write 1 million up here, right? And we're going to subtract 80,000. So we're going to end up with how much? That's right, $920,000. Now that is your largest expense. That's how much you, everybody say me, that's how much you paid life last year for not knowing how to make $1 million. If you add the other zero, which there's no doubt in my mind Russell can get me there. If you add the other zero, it's $9,980,000 you paid life last year for not knowing how to make 10 million. So here's the question is not, do you have $18,000? The question is not, do you have $1,800? The question is not, or do you have time? The question is not, can you afford it? The question is not, will my wife let me do it? Will my husband let me do it? Here's the only question you have to answer. Everybody ready? Say, I'm ready. Do I want to pay life $980,000 or $9,920,000 or $9,920,000 next year like I did last year? If your answer is no, I don't want to pay that anymore, don't say anything. If you're not on that cruise with us already, get up from your seat right now and go get your application filled out. Stop paying the biggest expense of all, ignorance. It's your turn to win.
So that's the message here, guys, that you can see this as an expense, but the real expense is not getting this information, if I'm right. And I may not be right in terms of $10,000 or $10 million, but I know that I am right when I can tell you that I believe it's worth 10 times what I'm charging. And there's lots of people here who've paid a significantly higher price, but I want you in on this. And so we're going to be done for today. And remember the 3 things that I'm asking you to do. Whoops. The 3 things I'm asking you to do. 1, if it's for you, you get your questions answered. Our team is going to stay here as long as they have to answer your questions. The second is, if you're ready to get started, just go to this URL here. And I think it's important. And again, let me, what's going on here? I see something in the chat. Yeah, please refrain from starting groups and stuff like that, guys. I see some chatter in the chat about people wanting to join somebody else's group. That's not permitted here, okay? We're here to talk about how you can grow your business. And if you're ready, you're gonna step up. And if you're not, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. If you, we are going to start at the same time as we did today. I can't even remember what, is it morning or night or whatever it is. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. For those of you who really want to step up and join the elite group, take action today. All right. God bless you, folks. And our team will be here to answer your questions. If you got some, they're in the chat now waiting for you guys. God bless.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Well, life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes, so that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost.
The others, they don't like us. Yeah, I know. Why?
Hey folks, just to let you know, we're going to be shutting this window down here in about 4 minutes. This whole thing's going to shut down. We'll be back tomorrow morning, of course, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, whatever time that is in your time zone. So if you're talking to our team, please make sure you get all your questions answered right now. Anything you can post in the chat would be fantastic. If you posted something that has not gotten answered, please drop it back in, because I know they're working feverishly to answer all of the questions, and there's lots of them coming in. So anything you have to ask, please post it now. We'd love to have you get all those questions answered so you're ready to go tomorrow. And if you're just hanging out, I see lots of folks still hanging out. We're done for the day, unless you have questions regarding the program Jerry presented there. And if you have questions, please post those. And if you're ready to go ahead, you can go to the tiny URL SOS offer 2 on the screen there. Happy to continue to answer your questions and carry on. So let me know, team, when we're done answering all the questions. And I know you're all busy, so we'll leave this up for a few minutes more. All right, thank you. Folks, I said about 4 minutes. I think we're have to go a little longer, because I know the team just messaged me and said that they're still in lots of chats in the background. So keep those questions coming. We'll stay here as long as you have questions to help you get those questions answered and help you make a decision to move forward. This is a fantastic program that Jerry has put together for everybody to help you speak and sell from stage and create your seminars. So definitely something, if you're thinking about doing that, you should consider. There is nothing else on the internet or out there available like this program. And nowhere do you get to speak with somebody who has done what Jerry's done. So it is a fantastic program. So get those questions coming. We'll continue to answer. And like I said, we'll be here until all the questions are through. Happy to stick around and answer those for you. Okay, folks, like I said, we're going to keep this open for a little bit. I have to go into one of the rooms and help someone, so I will be back, but continue to keep those questions coming.
It's 2 o'clock.